The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, meeting of June 5th, 25th, 2024. I'm not on, right? The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, meeting of June 25th, 24 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James absent. Madam Chair, they have 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have established a quorum. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, June 25, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, and Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Committee. Invited testifier, Mr. John Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Block 2, Department of Tourism. Invited testifier, Mr. Joseph Bushelti, Commissioner, Department of Tourism. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Today, we will hear from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts, the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Committee, and the Department of Tourism. And they will all provide testimony in support of the FY 2025 budget requests. This morning we have some students, some summer bridge students from the Lockhart School. These young people are 6th graders and they are transitioning to 7th grade. So they're doing something very exciting. They're getting ready for 7th grade. So they're participating in the Department of Education Summer Bridge Program. So I don't know if you could put the camera on them or y'all could come a little closer so we could see you. Oh, they could put a camera on them. All right, so thank you for being here, and make sure that you take in all the information that your instructors are sharing with you during this summer program. And we also want to thank the instructors who are your teachers who are here supporting you this summer, because, you know, when you see teachers doing work in the summer, you know that they're absolutely dedicated, because it's been a long school year. And before you know it, it's going to be, what is it, August? Late July. So just take in everything and do well in the 7th grade, and congratulations on your promotion to the 7th grade. All right, so enjoy the rest of your day, and you could spend as much time as you want with us. All right, so thank you again to the teachers for bringing them to the legislature so they could understand their civics. Appreciate that. All right, so good morning to the testifiers. This morning we have before us the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Him and his team, they're here to defend their 2025 budget recommendation. Now let me ask you, Commissioner, do you have anyone here, anyone on St. Croix?
No, Senator.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to please put your name and titles on the record. We're going to start with you, Commissioner Oriole.
Yes. Good morning, Senator Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good morning, April Henry, Director, Business and Administration, DPNR.
Good morning. Celia Jackson Williams, Personnel Relations Administrator, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
All right, and do you have anyone here for the Council on the Arts or the Historic Preservation, or you're going to do everything for us today?
We'll be presenting everything, ma'am.
All right, okay, so Commissioner, you may proceed with your testimony. Oh, before you proceed, let me recognize the presence of a committee member, Senator Samuel Carrion. Please mark Senator Carrion as present, as well as Senator Diane Capehart, non-committee member. Thank you for being here, Senator Capehart, and good morning. You may proceed, Commissioner Oriole.
Okay, and before I get started, I promised former Senator Neville James that I would extend his gratitude for the delay in this morning's proceeding because he allowed me to participate in his radio show this morning. So Senator James said to tell you thank you for that.
Well, the person that you really need to thank is Senate President Novalee Francis Jr. because he had us here until 10 o'clock last night.
Yes.
So that's the real person you should be thanking. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chair of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature present, legislative staff, and to the public listening and viewing over various forms of media. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I have present with me here Mrs. April Henry, Director of Business and Administration, and Mrs. Celia Jackson Williams, DPNR's Personnel Relations Administrator. Would like to note that the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts expresses its regrets for not being represented today as they have in-person meetings with the National Endowment of the Arts at this time. DPNR was established by Virgin Islands Code Title III, Section 400A, to administer and enforce all laws pertaining to fish and wildlife, trees and vegetation, water resources, including the protection of safe drinking water, air and water pollution, flood control, preservation of mineral and other natural resources, preservation of the archaeological, architectural, cultural, and historic heritage of the United States Virgin Islands, including public museums, pesticide control, coastal lands and offshore islands and keys, mooring and anchoring of vessels within the territorial waters, earth change permits, and zoning. The enforcement powers of the department are codified under Virgin Islands Code Title 12 as well as Title 29. The department is comprised of the following divisions: Business and Administrative Services, Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Coastal Zone Management, Environmental Enforcement, Environmental Protection, the Executive Office, Fish and Wildlife, Libraries, Archives and Museums, Permits, the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office, the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, and our newest division, the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas. Immediate below, detail on the overall for the department's budget is provided, followed by a breakdown of the budget by division. The department has a total fiscal year 25 recommended budget of $60,459,607, which is comprised of a general fund anticipated appropriation of $6,725,465, contributions from non-appropriated local funds in the amount of $4,258,849, and of federal assistance from grantor agencies in the amount of $49,475,293. It is important to note that $31 million, or 64%, of the $49 million in federal funds are for infrastructure grants that are passed through DPNR to our public utilities as subgrantees, and these funds do not, I repeat, these funds do not contribute to DPNR operations. For our general fund requests, The fiscal year 25 general fund anticipated appropriation of $6,725,465 for the department's operations is a 21.83% decrease, or $1,878,458 below the FY24 appropriation of $8,603,923. The fiscal year 25 request includes $4,675,489 for personnel and fringe benefits supporting 62 positions, $146,000 for supplies, $1,414,976 for other services and charges, and $489,000 for utilities. The department notes that the $6.7 million anticipated appropriation includes obligatory match for several federal awards, including that for the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, as well as mandatory obligations such as the Tutu Wells mitigation site and the allocation for the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. Details respect to each category are reflected in the table below, followed by a more detailed breakdown in the other services category. Allocation by division. Of the 12 divisions within the department, 9 rely on the general fund appropriation, with the 3 remaining divisions, Coastal Zone Management, Coastal Zone Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, and the Division of Fish and Wildlife, funded entirely by federal grants and/or other non-appropriated local funds. The following table indicates the recommended allocation of the general fund budget for these divisions for the upcoming year. We would just note in the table that the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums receives 1/4 of our general fund allocation, and then with the Business and Administrative and Executive Office coming in second at approximately 12% each. For our federal funds, most of the department's funding comes from federal awards. For fiscal year 2025, federal grant funds will contribute $49,475,293, or 81.84% of the overall budget to the department's operation. Allocated across all categories, the estimated amounts are personnel services at $4,776,383, which covers salary and fringe benefits for approximately 102 positions, supplies at $565,540, other services and charges at $39,437,362, utilities at $1,216, our indirect costs at $1,502,324, and capital outlay at $3,192,468. Just to note, again, the Environmental Protection Division is the division, it receives the bulk of the utilities funding, so you'll see $34 million. But again, $31 million of that is for pass-through dollars to our public utilities for our Drinking Water and Clean Water Acts. Our next largest division with our federal funds is our Division of Fish and Wildlife, followed by Coastal Zone Management. Non-appropriated local funding. The fiscal year 2025 recommendation from non-appropriated or special funds is $4,258,849, or about 7.04% of the department's total request. These funds derive from fees, fines, and rentals of submerged and fill-submerged lands, provide support to the Executive Office, the Division of Environmental Enforcement, permits, comprehensive and coastal zone planning, the Division of Coastal Zone Management, and the Division of Environmental Protection. Fees collected are deposited into the following funds: the General Fund, Coastal Protection Fund, the Legal Publication Fund, Fish and Game Fund, the Underground Storage Tank Fund, the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, and the Air Pollution Control Fund. Collections as of May 31st, 2024, are in the amount of $4,295,343. Total collections of non-appropriated funds in fiscal year 23 were $5,098,747. Breaking down the special funds by category, the estimated amounts are $3,032,981 for personnel and fringe benefits services, which fund 37 positions within the department, $167,023 for supplies, $1,048,845 for other services and charges, and $10,000 for utilities. Again, the table below provides the allocation of special funds by division. And we just note that the executive office is the largest entity with the special funds under it. So budget by division. The following portion of the presentation provides an overview of each of the roles and responsibilities for the 12 divisions for your review. The estimated FY 2025 budget for each division. Here I'll focus my discussion on the major initiatives that each division will embark. However, you'll be able to see per table the allocation of funding to each division. So comprehensive and coastal zone planning. For FY 25, the Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning Division will maintain its focus on advancing the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan by proposing several amendments to the existing zoning laws. Alongside these legislative changes, CCZP intends to introduce additional service fees specifically for the processing of zoning certifications and business license review fees. Currently, there are no fees for zoning certification review and a mere $20 fee for business license reviews. We propose increasing the fee to $40 per review. And based on the volume of reviews conducted in FY 2023, this adjustment is projected to generate approximately $188,000 in revenue, providing a sustainable funding source for additional staffing support and training opportunities within the division. The Division of Coastal Zone Management. The Coastal Zone Management Division, in collaboration with the Division of Fish and Wildlife, has been awarded an America the Beautiful grant to advance plans for restoring a wetland habitat on the St. Croix South Shore near Great Pond. Currently, the planning and design phases are underway, with phase 1 of the project expected to commence in fiscal year 2025. Additionally, following the recent completion in March of 2024 of a watershed management plan for the Dorothea watershed in St. Thomas, CZM is actively working to advance several high-priority interventions that were designed to 30% completion of these plans. This initiative is being coordinated with our partners at the VI Territorial Management Agency and the Department of Public Works. Environmental enforcement. In fiscal year 2025, the Division of Environmental Enforcement will advance its initiative to establish 2 marine enforcement terminals, one on St. Thomas and one on St. Croix. Funding for these terminals were secured in the previous fiscal year. These new terminals will provide the necessary space to house the latest vessels in our enforcement fleet, which are currently in production, or where some are currently in production. DE is currently seeking bids for a request for proposals to restore the docking facility at Crum Bay on St. Thomas, and this project is critical as we already received the first of 2 vessels, with the second expected in July of 2024. Additionally, the Division of Environmental Enforcement will pursue updates to Title 25, Section 294, aligning with recommendations from the United States Coast Guard to reflect their Code of Federal Regulation. The proposed amendments are currently under review for legal sufficiency. For the Division of Environmental Protection, in fiscal year 2025, the Division of Environmental Protection We'll prioritize completing the necessary requirements to restore the program to normal status and remove the high-risk designation. We have completed an on-site visit with the Environmental Protection Agency, our federal grantor agency. We have updated our standard operating policies and procedures, and we are finalizing staff training. Subsequently, we request another on-site visit from the EPA to advance the process of lifting our high-risk status. Additionally, DEP will focus on the recruitment in the upcoming fiscal year. Over the past 2 years, the division has experienced a significant loss of employees. With support from our federal grantor agency, we have been able to augment our awards to increase our starting salaries, making them more competitive. We hope this adjustment will make our vacancies more appealing to prospective applicants. The Executive Office. The Executive Office oversees the implementation of all departmental capital projects, including FEMA-funded disaster recovery projects. We continue to advance plans for developing the department's permanent office space on St. Thomas. Design work was completed in December 2023, and a phased scope of work was finalized in April of 2024. Phase 2, which includes the exterior shell of the building and some utility rough-in work, was released for bid on May 24th, 2024, with bids closing yesterday, June 24th. Bid evaluation is scheduled for June 26th, where we subsequently hope to award the project, identify additional funding sources, and begin the renovation of our future home in fiscal year 25. Currently, there are 4 FEMA renovation projects in progress: the renovation of the St. John office, the Dr. Charles W. Turnbull Public Library, the Atlee McFarland Peterson Library, and the Enid Ba facility. The Turnbull Library and St. John office renovation projects are expected to be completed in the first quarter of fiscal year 25, while the other projects are anticipated to be finished by September 2025. Of equal importance is the renovation of the Gustav Kittel Fish Market and the removal and replacement of the Hull Bay Vessel Launch. The contract for the Kittel Fish Market is near execution, and the project is projected to be completed in the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. The Hull Bay Vessel Launch is going out to bid for a second time by the end of this month due to the unfeasible bids received in the first round. Our Division of Fish and Wildlife. The Division of Fish and Wildlife is currently updating several strategic plans, including a new plant conservation strategy, the Marine Conservation Strategic Plan, last updated in 2005, the National Wetlands Inventory, last updated in 2007, and the State Wildlife Action Plan, last updated in 2017, and a new Aqua and Mariculture Strategic Plan for the USVI. These plans will cover traditional topics such as recreational and commercial bird and fish stocks, as well as including new sections on aquatic invasive species, bait fish, sargassum, aquaculture, conservation opportunity areas, and rare beads. The Division of Fish and Wildlife will also evaluate water siting for fish aggregating devices, offshore energy, and fishing. These cutting-edge, evidence-based management documents will include actionable, measurable goals to guide the division over the next decade and qualify the Virgin Islands for tens of millions of federal dollars as well. In fiscal year 2025, DFW will continue to support community initiatives such as the Sea Turtle Assistance and Rescue, or STAR Network, funding the UVI Youth Ocean Explorers scholarships, collaborating with Sports Park and Recreation to host Take Me Fishing and archery clinics, supporting public art programs like Seawalls, Artists for Our Oceans, and organizing popular kayaking trips. Special project funds from the competitive state wildlife grant awarded last year will enable DFW to conduct training on culvert and dam restoration projects for the territorial freshwater systems. And additionally, a competitive recovery land acquisition grant will allow the division to purchase property with the only population of propagating tropical thorn lilies featured in our VI Wild video series, and you have the YouTube link there for reference. Lastly, DFW plans to debut contact information booklets for commercial fishers through the Reef Responsible Sustainable Seafood Initiative, wildlife control operators through Invasive Species Community Eradication Program, local nurseries and gardens through the VI Wild Plant Program, and small boating access community grants through the Boating Access Program. DFW installs street signs indicating the watershed where drivers are located, indicating that dirt, water, debris in that area flow downstream to a central output into the ocean. Libraries, archives, and museums. In fiscal year 25, as we continue to restore library facilities, the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums will promote programs aligned with the objectives outlined in its 5-year plan. These programs include bilingual storytime sessions, Spanish and English conversational circle, moderated by VI Puerto Rico Friendship Committee members, the Lunch in the Library series featuring music and lectures series aimed at revitalizing the downtown areas with libraries and community engagement centers. Additionally, DLAM will continue its archival digitization project. With funding secured from the Department of Interior's Inflation Reduction Act, we will organize and digitize our archival documents, making them accessible to library patrons throughout our website. Through our website. Pause for 1 second. The Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums will continue to promote our online library resources through Hoopla. Hoopla provides access to over 30,000 titles, 10,000 movies, thousands of online games, and a number of other resources. All you need to do is have a valid library card from the U.S. Virgin Islands Public Library System. Library cards may be applied for at the Fort Christian Museum on St. Thomas and at the Florence Williams Public Library on St. Croix. We are currently working on having those applications to be able to be submitted through our website as well. Our forts will continue to be promoted as community anchor spaces, hosting curated shows with educational components that highlight the history of the U.S. Virgin Islands. In August, we will be releasing a request for proposals for exhibit development within the forts using funded provided to the territory from the U.S. Economic Development Authority in 2023. We will begin with the creation of conceptual plans, then move to content creation, and then, if funding permits, installation of audio and visual material. Lastly, our forts will continue to undergo their respective FEMA project timelines as we finalize architectural and engineering plans to develop the scopes of work and bids for awards. The Division of Permits. In fiscal year 2025, the Division of Permits will prioritize training initiatives. One such initiative involves collaborating with the International Code Council to achieve staff certifications. Additionally, we will conduct training for staff and industry professionals in the e-permitting system, as well as changes to the code approved by Governor Bryan earlier in 2024. Additionally, the permitting team will also develop a flood hazard index for the U.S. Virgin Islands. The project's first phase will involve studying the territory using a digital terrain model and integrating a GIS layer for land use and land cover information. This will represent flood factors such as elevation, slope, soil type, geology, and proximity to water bodies in the USVI. This project is funded through a hazard mitigation grant program, floodplain management improvement grant through the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Territorial parks and protected areas. During fiscal year 2025, the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas will prioritize the completion of the Comprehensive Conservation Plan as mandated by Act 8609. Staff will focus on developing the park system based on conservation needs, community input, and sustainable land use. Each property will be evaluated to ensure that park planning aligns with the unique characteristics of each site, allowing the topography to dictate its best use. The community will be invited to provide input on their interaction with these properties, their needs and wants for making optimal use of the new park system. Additionally, properties will be assessed to ensure public access is emphasized and accommodation for the differently abled individuals are provided throughout the system. Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office. The Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office will continue to assist the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission with the management of historic districts and sites for reviews. Fiscal year 2025, we anticipate publishing the Commission's new Historic Districts Guide for Charlotte Amalie, Christiansted, Frederiksted, and Cruz Bay towns. This guide will provide comprehensive information on the steps required for making improvements and changes in the historic districts, the process for filing historic district review applications, and links to the DPNR website for further information on historic preservation resources. VI SHPO is also in the process of onboarding with the National Park Service for the newly designated St. Croix Heritage Area. As per the congressional approval for this new National Heritage Area, a management plan must be developed. Through a collective partnership, VI SHPO intends to develop the management plan for the St. Croix National Heritage Area with an anticipated completion date to be determined. However, the plan must be completed within 3 years of designation or by January 2026. Lastly, in fiscal year 2025, VI SHPO would advance efforts to establish the DPNR VI SHPO Archaeological Laboratory, Storage, and Museum Facility in downtown Charlotte Amalie on Government Hill. The division is collaborating with the Department of Public Works to update the project scope of work and resolicit bids in the upcoming fiscal year. The exact location for the laboratory will be provided as the project progresses. The Virgin Islands Council on the Arts. In fiscal year 2025, the Virgin Council on the Arts will advance its mission to support visual and performing artists by creating and managing spaces for artistic presentations and providing essential administrative services. As part of this initiative, a portion of the Council's St. Thomas office will be converted into a multifunctional gallery and performance space. This venue will host a variety of artistic and cultural events, including art exhibitions, African drumming performances, classical and jazz recitals, woodworking demonstration and exhibitions, recycled art displays, handmade jewelry exhibitions, movie-making headquarters, symposiums, historical celebrations, locations for shooting commercials, and other community-based art events. Additionally, on St. Croix, the Dorsch Cultural Center is nearing the completion of its repairs, which will allow for an expansion in its use. This includes the continuation and growth of the popular Dorsch After Dark series. VICA continues to partner with Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights to coordinate the Folklife Festivals on St. Thomas and St. Croix. These festivals, which are well received, highlight the region's rich cultural heritage through a series of workshops, performances, and activities. The festivals feature a diverse array of cultural and traditional art forms, including cultural-based workshops, folklore and storytelling, traditional dancing and activities, head tying, basket weaving, old-time games, the reintroduction of the maypole, and Kwalbe music. In conclusion, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources achieved numerous accomplishments over fiscal year 24. For ease of reference, provided below as an appendix to this testimony is a summary by division of fiscal year 2024 accomplishments to date. Some of these accomplishments include bringing the comprehensive land and water use plan near completion, removing long-standing sunken and derelict barges in Crum Bay, St. Thomas, and sunken vessels in St. Croix, continuing to bring Science Saturdays to the public via Facebook Live on the second Saturday of each month at 10 a.m., expanding our online vessel mooring and registration program, upgrading the existing fleet for our enforcement officers, including new vessels in each district, renovation of the Gallows Bay Pier, implementing the Wildlife Control Operator Program, and executing the bounty for the invasive red-tailed boa with a total of $66,000 in bounties. Hosting community events like the Lionfish Derby, fishing clinics, and archery competitions. Opening the Florence L. Williams Public Library on St. Croix. Launching our online library platform, Hoopla, and handing out over 250 tablets to new library card subscribers. Increasing our art and video shows reflecting Virgin Islands culture at our forts. Executing over $3 million in subrecipient agreements under our historic disaster recovery program. Highlighting Virgin Islands culture and arts through public art displays and music festivals. These accomplishments and many more listed in the appendix highlight the dedication and resilience of the 160 men and women of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I extend my gratitude to each of them for their service. Their collective efforts enable the department to fulfill its mission of fostering economic development while protecting, maintaining, and managing the natural and cultural resources of the Virgin Islands, allowing present and future generations to live safer, fuller lives in harmony with the environment and the cultural heritage. In conclusion, I would like to thank the 35th Legislature for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. With the support of the Legislature and our federal assistance awards, the department is poised to maintain operational efficiency, to restore services to our people, and support the overall mission of the Brian Roach administration in building a more resilient territory for our residents and guests. The road ahead will be challenging, especially in the terms of funding, but the staff and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources are ready to meet these challenges head on. Thank you, and we are here to prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Oriol. Let me take this opportunity to recognize Senator Javon James Sr., committee member. Please mark Senator James as present, as well as committee member Senator Ray Fonseca. Good morning, colleagues. Please mark Senator Fonseca as present. All right, thank you for your testimony, colleagues. We're going to go to a 5-minute round. My apologies, a 5-minute round. Just very quickly, Commissioner Oriol, looking at, did you get a copy of the post-audit report?
Just as we were beginning, yes.
Okay. So I note that you have a huge amount of past due outstanding. I suspect this is for submerged land fees. There's rent. They have it here as listed as property receivables. So I suspect these are your submerged land fees. For instance, look at page 23 of 42 of the post-audit report. These are your permits,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
So what are you doing? What is it that DPNI is doing to collect these funds? This is a lot of, I mean, I don't know how updated this is. I'm sure it says as of June 21st, so it's updated 2024.
Yes.
And this shows a host of outstanding rent that's due to you. Some of it is rent for your property, and some is submerged land fees. I'm realizing that.
These are submerged and fill submerged land fees, Senator. So the biggest issue that happens, and this is a question we actually get every year when we come to the Committee on Finance, is we do have some past due, but because we collect on the calendar basis, it appears in the, and we report on the fiscal year basis, it appears as though there are delinquencies in certain areas when there aren't, because that payment is not due yet. So for example, if we look at somebody who's making a payment in November of this year, when we're here in June, that fee is still to be paid. But nevertheless, we do have some discrepancies. We we do have a property management system where that has been in place, and what has happened this year now is we tried to transition or partner with the Department of Property and Procurement so that we would have one system for the government, and that transition has not gone as well as or efficiently as we would have hoped. And so I think that us having missed the opportunity to send out notices during this transitional period has resulted in some past due fees as well. But what
So
we're
you
going
have-
to do is go back and make sure that we send these invoices to everybody, because normally those payments have been pretty regular from our private sector. Normally the ones that we have larger outstanding balances on is when we're dealing with our semi-autonomous agencies.
So you're basically saying that these filled or submerged land fees are paid once per year, for that matter?
Most are,
Most
yes.
of them. And they come due at different times based
That's-
on when they entered into the permit with you, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I guess we have to report this a little differently. I guess we're reporting it based on what was shared with the committee. So it appears, it shows that there's a lot of, a good amount of individuals who are outstanding. But if it's due on an annual basis, then it needs to say when the payment is due, so you could get a better picture. So you are pretty confident that these payments will be made?
Yes. So, and again, as long as we send out the bills, we usually get the payments. I think in this transition period, there's a few months that have been missed in terms of sending those bills out, and we're working on getting those out again to our vendors.
Is that a recurring issue?
It,
And I asked for a reason.
Yeah, so in the past, so I would say 7 or 8 years ago, before we had the system, the property management system in place, it was a big issue.
Okay.
Once we figured out that the cost of a 42-cent stamp actually resulted in higher compliance by sending the bills out 45 days before they're due, we started to see an increase in collections almost immediately. And it's because people pay once a year, it's kind of out of their mind. We have a few large payments. For example, Yacht Haven Grand, they make their payment.
Why do you have them pay once a year?
It's like, so a lot of our fees are somewhere anywhere from 7,000 to 17,000. I mean, it's really up to the business itself. They can choose to pay monthly or semi-annually, and some do. The larger ones, the larger marinas do. Yacht Haven Grand, Compass Point Marina, they pay the larger share, but they pay 2 or 3 times a year, maybe.
And the
quarterly.
lion's share of these funds go into the general fund.
No.
So
The-
tell me, break that down for me.
Yes, so all of the submerged and fill submerged land fees go into the Natural Resources
The natural
Reclamation Fund.
resources. Okay. Okay. All right, colleagues. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, you mentioned that you took a 22% decrease in your budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have any salary increases that took place in the 23 or 24?
We had our enforcement officers union receive salary increases at the beginning of fiscal year 24. Right now, all of the contracts are administratively extended, so we don't owe any increases at this time.
Okay, and what about any GS employees?
one GS employee.
Okay, and so they're budgeted for 25,
That is
correct?
correct.
Okay, so with the 22% decrease, where did you lose actual that money from? Vacancies, or
That's correct.
how many vacancies have you lost?
I would say somewhere around 20 vacancies have had to be shaved off.
Okay, so as it stands right now for the third quarter that we're in, what's your present personnel fringe, utility supplies? What are your present numbers, if you have them with you?
Good morning, April Henry, Director of Business Administration. For personnel, we have an actual of $2,275,913. Fringe, $1,134,474. Supplies, $80,453. Other services, $597,209, $597,209, and capital, $94,331.
And say supplies again, please.
80,453.
Okay, thank you. Now, Commissioner, you mentioned about FEMA has the libraries, Enid Ball Library presently, and Governor Charles Turnbull Library. What kind of timelines are you looking at for those two facilities?
So, Turnbull Library, right now, the anticipated completion date is sometime in October. Enid Ba is going to be sometime next September 2025.
And all federal monies?
We are required to do a 2% local match. But no, for Enid Ba, the lion's share of that money is a mix of local and non-FEMA money.
Are they budgeted for 25, or we don't need anything for Enid Bar?
No, Enid Ba will not be opening in fiscal year 25.
Okay, you said Enid Bar is for next year, 25.
No, so Enid Ba, like operations in Enid Ba will not commence before fiscal year 2026.
Okay, good. The Gustav Kittel Fish Market, what kind of timelines for that?
We are anticipating that the contract will get
1 minute.
executed before the end of this month, and it's a 90-day contract, Senator. So we anticipate to complete it in this last quarter of fiscal year 25.
Fiscal year 24.
I'm sorry, 24, yes.
Okay, good. So that's another one. And has any of your
30
personnel
seconds.
shifted from local funds to any additional federal funds,
Yes.
or everything has remained the same?
No, we have shifted.
How much?
I can't say the exact number, but we started to make some shifts because when we first came before the body last year, our general fund request.
Time.
Madam Chair, if I can conclude. Our general fund request last year was somewhere around 9 million. It got reduced to, when it was finalized, it got reduced to 8.6 million. But when we received our ceiling for fiscal year 25, we realized we weren't going to be able to hire people in 24 because they weren't going to be able to continue in 25. So we started shifting employees onto our federal and switching the match resources for several of the divisions that could do that. So I would say it's at least 6 or 7 employees right now that have been shifted from our local resources to our federal resources.
Okay, also could you submit that information through the chair? And in closing, excuse me, in closing, Madam Chair, just final question would be, in the post-auditor's report, we didn't have any personnel or fringe listing for the Council of the Arts. Do you have that information presently with you?
So there are 3 existing individuals. There are no funded vacancies for the Council of the Arts right now.
Okay, but so for the 3 individuals, you have the
Okay.
personnel and fringe for those 3?
Sure.
So I was asking.
Yes, if you
Okay,
look,
good answer. Thank you.
I can tell you which page to look at. In the budget testimony, if you look
Okay,
on page 20, where are we, 21? 20, on page 22, you'll see the budget table for the Council of the Arts. And so you'll see the personnel is 175, the fringe is 83,000. And then you'll see their general fund appropriation and then the federal fund on, next to it.
okay. Thank you,
Right.
Commissioner. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audience, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Ori, and your
Morning.
support team there, and thank you for your testimony. Speaking of no fund vacancies, how many vacancies do you have in your department?
I believe it's between 42. 42,
42.
yes.
From which? How many are federal and how many are low from the general fund?
So the general fund, there's only 4 vacancies in the general fund.
And are they funded at 100%?
Yes, these would be at 100%. They're due to staff loss in this fiscal year, making them available, with the exception of 1 new financial manager position.
Okay, very well. In respect to your different divisions within your department and revenue collections, which division would you say collect the most revenues for the department?
The division, so for our special funds category, that is the Division of Coastal Zone Management through our Natural Resource Reclamation Fund. And then the second would be our Division of Permits, which is about $4 million a year, and that goes directly into the general fund.
Okay. And speaking of permits, let me speak to that. In respect to the permitting process, because coincidentally, I honestly just came from a meeting. I had to go into a quick meeting, and I met with an individual, an investor basically, and he was speaking to the permitting process, and he was wondering why it takes so long to go through the process, and it's a $20 million investment, you know, and he was speaking to what the process looks like. Can you speak to what the process looks like in terms of permits from beginning stage to end stage?
It depends. It depends on the nature of the development, Senator. You know, one of the things that developers like to say is the permitting process takes so long, but what happens is it takes them 18 months to put together an environmental assessment report, and they want it actually issued within 30 days. Like, does that discrepancy not make sense? So each section, when you go through the permitting process, and let's say you have to go through the coastal zone management process, you come in and the first thing you do is you meet with the staff to present your development when you're around a 30 to 35% design phase at that point where your site planning has been taken place. During this pre-application meeting, you're given all of the information from the different divisions as to what they're looking for under a regulatory timeframe, so that you present or put together your environmental assessment as completely as possible so that we don't have to deem the project incomplete. if the project is deemed complete, then the department has timelines. I think for major permits, it's 75 days that you have to actually issue. But remember that we have to mandatorily provide a 30-day public comment period and a mandatory 7-day period after the public hearing in order for people to provide comments. So, when somebody can take 18 months to put together a package, but yet they want it flipped in 30 days, okay, I have to disagree.
Okay, let me ask you, after you have done all of what you just stated, what the average time it takes to complete those packages?
So, again, we try to get major permits issued within 75 days of submission. Now, we do, and in years past, we heard complaints about how long it was taking for our committees to meet to act on
1
those
minute.
projects. But through the appointments that this body has made to the committees, I hear a lot less complaints about getting items heard on the agenda before the different committees. So I'd say we've actually had an improvement over this last year, and it's due to some of the appointments that have gone through and placing people on boards.
Okay, so we have a full complement in terms of those.
30 seconds.
The only one that has a full complement right now is I believe, St. Croix. Everybody else, I think, has 4. So they have a quorum, and if somebody weren't able to attend, they could still meet.
Okay, let me speak quickly in respect to moorings, because I know we have been speaking about that for some time. Have that process improved in terms of assuring that most of the vessels out there are paying their fair share?
Yes, our online...
Time.
If I may conclude, our online system has done what it was supposed to do, which is, people that are transient aren't trying to come off the boat and come into an office to pay for a mooring or an anchoring fee. We have, in fact, seen an increase in those. Now, particularly with our new fleet of vessels, we're also now able to verify more closely who actually has their mooring permit and who does not.
If your new fleet of vessels, how many vessels have you onboarded?
So in each district, we have our 2 personal watercraft rapid response. We have a new 8-meter in each district, and then in July, we'll be receiving new 10-meter vessels, one in each district, and we may be getting some additional funding to place 2 more vessels in the territory.
So as a result, we will look forward to seeing more revenue in our coffers, basically,
Yes.
as a result of that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much for your responses. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. So, your 24 personnel was 3,901,852, and your 25 recommended is 2,948,707. How does that impact? Was it the difference between is almost $1 million?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. So you haven't talked about that in your testimony.
I mean, we as I mentioned under Senator DeGraaf's question, we have 4 general fund vacancies.
And the total $1 million?
No. So the cuts that we've had to make in order to, we've had to cut, I would say about 20, the ability to hire 20 individuals for that $1 million. We were not able to access all 3.9 million in fiscal year 24 because our allotment for 25 had shrunk by $2.2 million, the total. So what we have right now is, again, we are shifting or finding ways to move individuals onto our federal resources and our new grants that were just recently applied for in May. As they come online, we'll see a little bit more. But where we are right now is in a sustainable location. We can keep the doors open, we keep the lights on, we provide the services that we can, but there's not going to be a lot of expansion.
The 2.9, the $1 million, the almost $1 million, was any of that tied to your matching? Because I know you have shared costs.
Yes.
So you have shared, your federal funds are 50-50, 60-40. You have different matching requirements. So how does this, we need a breakout of this. And I was just speaking to the assistant post auditor, and she shared with me that they did not get any information from DPNR. So all of the information that we have in this post audit report, we actually received this from the budget book. Did you all not send in your information?
It was sent in. I do recognize that it was sent in late, Senator, but it was sent in.
Yeah, so yeah, if I, it is difficult for us to analyze this budget request just based on these numbers. I need to understand if you have personnel of 3.901852 in fiscal year 2024, and there's and in 25 there's a recommendation. I need to know what positions that's impacting. That needs to be clear for us, because when you presented your 24 budget, that number came from someplace. Whether it was whatever percentage you were matching your federal funds, or whether it was 100%, 50%, 30%, we don't know. We need to know what these positions, this $1 million, what does it reflect?
So-
what is it impacting specifically?
I can say that the greatest impact is on the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museum.
So what you need to do is send us your 24, what the 3.9 million represented, and in 25 recommendation, what the 2.9 represents. So we could be clear on what you're losing, because, and I've said this before, what happens is departments and agencies, when they come before the legislature for their budget and they don't get the amounts to support their staffing, the conversation that's had many times is that the legislature cut their budget, when in fact we are looking at the recommendations that's coming from the executive branch. That story is never told. The story is always, this is what legislature give you. So we need to be clear, how does this impact your agency? Because to me, you have an agency that has some 50-something $million in federal funds, correct?
Yes, correct.
And most of your federal funds has a matching supporting requirement. So if you have that supporting requirement, because if you are moving folks off of your local funds, it sounds like you're supplanting.
Well, so there's two reasons why we're able to do some of that change.
Okay.
The first is that in February of 2022, I believe it was, President Biden actually sent a memo out to all agencies regarding the insular areas about having more than just the 200,000 match waiver from the omnibus. So we have worked with our federal partners to actually decrease the amount of match necessary. And that's how we're able to now reflect. Second is that the major revenue generation that we do is what supplants the general fund from actually having to match. So our CZM division, our Division of Environmental Enforcement, we use the revenue generated from those agencies to create the match, thereby lessening the amount of match required by the general fund. Now, the match is required, for example, for VICA. So there is a direct, I believe this year we're asking for 318,000 or something like that. So there are agencies that do not create revenue, and that match has to be there. We also had, so the second reason is, again, through revenue generation. So last year, we promulgated our new pesticide regulations, and that is also
Oriol,
making up some of
You
it.
don't go around the bush. TMI. We need to stay focused on trying to understand what's happening here.
Okay.
Have you looked at the budget book?
Yes.
And what does the budget book say that because I'm looking at all kind of different numbers. I looking at our post-audit report, I can't follow it.
So
I cannot follow this post-audit report because there is lack of information coming from DPNR. So this is a very difficult conversation for me to follow. When I look at the budget book, the personnel, what page is that on? Go to page, your testimony is not in line with what came down in the budget book. And this is where our confusion is coming in.
So,
Yeah, the budget book says your page 455. Your personnel in the budget book says the recommended personnel services says 3,182,657. So I'm not following. I'm having a hard time with this. And your number is 2,000,009 something. So I'm trying to figure out,
Help
truth
me
be
out.
told, I'm just going to be just very honest with you. When we look at the budget book, I don't know have you guys looked at the budget book?
yes, countless hours into the budget book.
And the budget book looks nothing like it usually looks. You cannot add up when you add up usually it gives you all of the categories. This year you have to add them up, and the numbers are not coming back. So this has been quite an experience for us here, because the numbers in the respective activity centers are usually rolled up, and you have totals. We have to go in and add up every single one of those ourselves. When we make changes, the changes have to be for the better. The changes can't be for the worse, where we now have to figure out how to add these up, and then when you add them up, the numbers ain't coming back. So I'm not certain, who's responsible for this, but this has been quite an experience for us with regards to this budget for 2025. So y'all clearly having the same challenge.
Yes, Senator.
So let me speak to your director of finance, because I'm certain that Ms. April, you are experiencing the same thing, my frustration as well. So share with me, I'm trying to figure out how do we differentiate this. At this point, I don't know what numbers to use, honestly, and that's why I'm saying you're going to have to bring back to us a true breakout of your budget. Otherwise, there's nothing that we could do other than just say, okay, let's give him what he asked for from his budget, which is less than what's in the book. So help me out here.
Good morning, April Henry, Director, Business Administration. It was extremely difficult for us to tie back the personnel from what we have on our books to the budget book and also to OpenGov. So what we did in our testimony is that we broken down each personnel line into the divisions, permit, CZM, executive office, etc. And that is our true numbers based on the personnel that we have in that division, what's tied to the general fund. That's how we came up with our number of the 2.9, which is unfortunately not going to match back to the budget book.
The personal listing, again, y'all did not give us any information, which places us and yourself at a disadvantage. The budget book, no, the OMB budget, this information that we received from OMB says that your personal listing is only $1.461 to $61 million. That totals 60.772 FTEs, right? I got me on this one. I do not know where to turn on this one. This one, y'all are going to have to send back to us your breakdown of the department's filled positions, what the FTE is, what is a 1.5, I don't know, whatever it is. We need clear information from you in order for us to deal with this budget and we've actually never had this issue with y'all. So this is definitely a challenge for us here. So you're filled, you're vacant. We need a clear picture, because right now we don't have that from you. And I will move on to the next senator. But your personal listing is completely off, and there isn't anything that we could do with it right now. Okay? So that would mean that your associated fringe benefits, what do you calculate your fringe benefits at? I mean, we really haven't asked anybody else that question, because we're going to find out from them, from OMB, how they calculated the fringe benefits, because that percentage needs to be across the board.
Good.
Good morning. So it varies. We base it on single family insurance as well as the workman's comp and what they have for their insurance, etc. So it varies. We don't have an exact number right now for you.
What's your high number? What's your high percentage? Is what, 40, 50, 47, 48%? And at one point they were like 43.5, then it started changing. The numbers fluctuate, and that's another thing that we are unclear on. But we're going to get clarification on it, because we have to make sure that we are able to balance this budget a lot better than we did last time, because the numbers, as we know, as it relates to the revenues, are not jiving. Okay, so Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner Oriel. So I'm equally concerned about your 22% haircut, and I kind of wanted to determine exactly where and what was impacted, but I believe most of it will be under personnel.
That is correct, Senator. Personnel and fringe.
Okay. What is the revenues collected by DPNR so far for the fiscal year?
For the fiscal year, sorry, I think we gave it's $4,802,592.
And how does this compare to the prior fiscal year?
We're pretty much on target through the quarter. When we were doing the comparison at the revenue estimating conference, we were actually ahead in some divisions. We were slightly below in some others.
And I heard you made reference to the comparison of 18 months for permitting major permits versus 30 days turnaround time. What do you believe would be adequate? Because whether it's real or perceived, there is complaints coming in to this institution and others, I'm sure Government House as well, in respect to the time that is taken to turn permits around. What do you believe is reasonable?
So when the permit doesn't have to go through the CZM process, and it is, in tier 2, it matches with it. It is something that's available as a matter of right, and it's a commercial project. That's right now is executing in about 45 days or so, because it's mainly the zoning check, which takes place in about 2 or 3 days, and then the review for the structural, electrical permitting. So depending on the size of the project, if that aspect of it is happening a whole lot quicker. Residential is happening within 21 days right now, mostly in St. Croix, 28 days in St. Thomas, but we're also short one plan reviewer in the St. Thomas district.
Do you see an opportunity to streamline? And is that something that you're reviewing?
Yes, so once the electronic permitting system comes online, the review can be done by any of our plan reviewers. So now, rather than having it broken down by district, it'll actually be territory-wide because they're just doing code compliance. And so now, rather than having one on each or one on one island and two on the other, 3 people will be able to download and just take whatever's next up.
What is the status on bringing that online, your technology and online forms and everything else? Where we at with that?
We were hoping to launch, Senator, last time I came before you, we were hoping to launch yesterday. Yesterday, our payment processor finalized the integration. So now we're going to need about 30 days to 45 days. So we're going to need some beta testing to go on for the next 2 or 3 weeks, make sure there are no glitches, particularly when it comes to the payment. But we actually do have some designers that we have submitting electronically already, so that we started the beta testing process earlier. We just couldn't tie in the payment portion of it.
Very well. Are you in compliance with your federal funding?
We probably have, I know one division, again, our high-risk division, that's the one where we also have, I think, one annual report is currently delinquent.
Any jeopardy of losing any of your federal funding?
Not, we have some that are either near expiration or have expired, but we do have some no-cost time extensions requested already. It's really up to the grantor agency. We will, our historic preservation supplemental fund, which is the big projects-based one, unless we get a congressional extension, those funds will expire on September 30th completely. We must have all liquidation completed by September 30th.
Okay, so you're making sure that you work towards ensuring that is done. Do you have an impress fund or checking account?
We do have one impress fund. It's for $10,000, and that was established to pay the bounty program for the snakes.
Okay. And in regards to the mooring fees, I know that my colleagues asked about that. You know, I moved legislation in respect to the mooring fees, increasing the mooring fees, which were tied to the enforcement officers. Where are we? How much have we collected in mooring fees this fiscal year?
So this fiscal year, we're actually still collecting. We're in mooring and registration timeframe right now. But on average, we collect about $360,000 per year on mooring.
Have we, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up. Have we heard anybody in regards to the increase in mooring fees as the legislation called for in terms of beefing up additional enforcement?
So yes, Senator, when this administration started, we had 3 enforcement officers in each district. Right now, we have 6 in St. Thomas and 5 in St. Croix, and we have 1 opening. We want to have a St. John officer.
Okay. And real quickly, as my time has been called, in regards to the territorial parks and protected areas, do we have that automated? Is it in a GIS? Are you able to go online and just find exactly where these locations are?
So right now, we're in the process of doing that. Once we were established, one of the things that we did is we wrote to NOAA for a coastal management fellow. And one of the things that coastal management fellow's responsibility is actually to do the spatial recording of all the lands that have already been donated as part of the park system. So that is currently in process right now.
Okay, my final question is in regards to the Florence Williams Library. Is that fully operational at this time?
Fully operational?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It is. All right, thank you. I remember that when we opened, we had some, it was just several times a week. Is it fully operational at this
Yes,
time?
we are open Tuesdays through Saturdays, right.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and leniency.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I know you spoke about it in your testimony, but can you please refresh for the listening audience the status of the Charles Turnbull Library?
So the Charles Turnbull Library is presently in construction. The materials and supplies, particularly for the roof. We're replacing the roofing system in its entirety. That is the next major milestone. That will be taking place throughout these next summer months. And the anticipated completion date right now is October.
And once it's completed, do you have staff to staff up the library?
We have staff that are existing, but we have also had the loss of staff, and those vacancies are where the attrition came from in trying to meet the personnel number for our ceiling.
So, once when did you say it was going to be completed?
Completion
Anticipated?
is in October, so we're anticipating opening in November.
October of this fiscal year.
This-
The next
this-
fiscal year, on
yes,
the heels of the
first
new fiscal
quarter.
year, first quarter. So once the library is open, how many staff do you have to staff of that space?
Currently,
On board
there
currently.
are 6 employees for the Turnbull Library.
What type of employees?
We have
What type of employees?
We have 1 librarian.
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 library technicians, and then we have like another 2 general staff.
And what is ideal to staff up the library?
About to be open 6 days a week from 9 to 7 and on Saturdays, and properly staffing each area, we need about 13 people, Senator.
So there was conversation. It's been lots of conversation around the hours of the libraries. So you're still on a trajectory of opening the libraries from 9 to 7. I know that the Florence Williams Library is fully open on St. Croix, and you open up from 9 to 7?
Yes.
And what is the traffic during those hours? What are you seeing? What's the assessment?
I think we have our regular patrons that go. I myself was in there on a Saturday just to see, when we do have our events like story time and those types of things, we do get good numbers.
Just stay with me here. Monday, 9 to 7.
Well, Mondays were closed. Monday
Tuesday?
we closed.
Tuesday to the weekend, right? To Saturday.
Yeah.
What does that look like on a Tuesday to Saturday? I'm trying to figure out. We're talking about your hours, the feasibility of your hours, whether or not you're seeing the traffic, whether or not we need to make adjustments. That's basically what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think the traffic flow is low to medium is the best way to describe it, Senator. We do provide services. There are people that come in to use the computer center, but most people do have access. A lot of people do have access to computers. We find that there are people that come in and they like to check out books. I would say that our younger population with their parents' early childhood is your major patron. When I've been inside Florence Williams at 5 o'clock, 5:30, that's what I see the highest occupancy of. It's parents with small children reading, checking out books, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And school groups as well, if I could.
That's what I was going to ask you. So we have school groups coming into the library?
Yes.
So are you seeing that happening with those summer camps as well?
I know that when we opened, there were a number of summer camp inquiries for the library. So I haven't seen them personally, but I'm pretty sure that we're part of the summer camp program for people coming in.
So what about the bookmobile?
So the bookmobile in St. Croix is operational. We actually have had it out within this last quarter as well. Unfortunately, in St. Thomas, we just can't seem to get any mechanic to fix them. I'm sorry, because it's both the St. Thomas and the bookmobile for St. John. We have made.
So who to fix the one in St. Croix?
I don't recall his name. We have requested that he come over to St. Thomas at fully expenses paid by us However, he has declined our invitation.
So we don't have BART services going between two districts at no point?
I believe BART services were just restored in April. Marco Marine is the only BART service I'm aware of doing
Okay.
inter-district right now.
Well, that's something you need to consider. And I say that because what library opportunities do we have in the St. Thomas district, St. Thomas proper right now?
Correct. It is, again, without our,
No, don't. I ask you, you're telling me exactly what library opportunities do we have in St. Thomas?
yeah,
As we
solely on
speak.
our online platform, Madam Chair.
So just basically online. And what about the St. John Library that reopened?
St. John Library is open. Unfortunately, our two St. John residents that were employed there are no longer with us. So we do have staff from St. Thomas traveling to St. John, but that comes with its challenges as well.
And are those positions, any of the positions that are not included in this FY 2025 budget?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to need to get these critical positions. I mean, if the Department of Planning and Natural Resources is the agency or the department that's responsible for libraries in the territory, we can't have folks cutting those types of positions out of our budgets. I mean, what is it that we're expecting for the future Virgin Islands? That's just completely unacceptable and unheard of. Do you agree?
Yes,
I mean,
Senator.
I grew up here, and I would walk from Rongleyfield and go down to the library in Enidba. I would come from Wayne Hospital and come to the library, kick around, do all kind of thing on Main Street, and then come up the street. But I could have go to the library and read, do whatever I want. I mean, our kids should have the same opportunity. This is summertime, and our kids don't have a library to go to. Oh, how are we advertising or sharing that there's an online platform?
A lot of social media events. We've also been present at a number of community events. For example, St. Croix Ad Fair, I know we gave away 100 tablets to people who registered for their first-time sign-up. We also did additional sign-up. We were in the month of March. We had a table in the mall to promote that, so anybody that was in the mall heard about Hoopla and had the ability to sign up. So we've done a couple of things to get more and more new registrations and opening up our digital platform.
Yeah, I'm just very concerned about the whole umbrella of library. And, we have this thing where we talk about, you hear it every election cycle, children should be reading on grade level by the third grade. But I don't know how in the world that's going to happen when we don't have stand-up libraries in the territory. We cannot expect our schools to do everything. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to the Commissioner and his team and the people of Virgin Islands that are listening this morning. I also share sentiments of the Chair in regards to the discrepancy that we're seeing in between testimonies, post-audit, what's in the budget report. So it is a bit confusing, really, to draw down and really understand, the department's need and where we are. Hopefully, we'll get to the bottom of this and be able to receive an accurate report of what are your needs and what are your asks. But thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony, and thanks to the team in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for the work that they continue to do on behalf of the territory, even given strenuous circumstances. I am concerned about the decrease that we're seeing, which is 22%, basically. And one of my questions to you is, I heard you mention that the majority of this decrease will be coming from a personnel area and fringe. But what is of concerning to you, or what is most concerning to you? I'm kind of concerned about how this would affect the ability of the department to fulfill its mandate, especially with the amount of projects that we have coming forth, and the great need that we have within the permitting process. So can you share with us what would this mean really to your department, this decrease in your budget?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the decrease, most of our permitting staff are actually on our federal and or our special funds. We get cooperative agreements from agencies like the US EPA. We get cooperative agreements from the National Park Service for our historic program. We get cooperative agreements for NOAA for our CZM program. So those, while those funds have been static, and it's because they're formulaic based, but we know we need more, and most of our special funds is where we fill in the void. So the decrease, the major impact is on those services like library services where, again, these facilities, they need bodies, and the only federal funding that we get for our library system is for the, like our E-rate program and other operational costs, but it does not cover personnel. And so, and that's only at the tune of $92,000 for the year. So the general fund is extremely necessary for the, particularly for the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, if we want to not only cut ribbons, but then have them functioning near, for all the different things that we want them to do.
Currently within that division, you have how many vacancies?
Funded, we have 2, but overall, I would say, and I, last year during budget markup, I shared a spreadsheet with the budget markup team of our DLAM expenses. So I can pull that up, and
1 minute.
for DLAM personnel, so it includes our archives, it includes staffing for our forts. You know, we're looking at a total across all four facilities open that we should have somewhere around 35 employees.
35. And you currently have filled positions, how many?
I believe 9 or 10. Hold on. I'm sorry. We'll look at the page in the.
30 seconds.
But you
Sorry,
basically...
I think it's 20. What is
19.
It? 19.
19 filled.
Yeah.
But most of the facilities are closed at the moment, right? So which one you have active open?
I'm sorry?
Which one you have active open?
So we have the Florence Williams Library is open. Sproul Library is open.
So you have 2.
Yes.
Okay. So the amount of employees you have satisfy for those 2 positions, those 2 areas that you have open at the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
But they lack, some of them lack the technical expertise inside of them, though.
I also in your professional services,
Time.
what is Frontier?
Madam Chair, if I may, Frontier Services is one of the obligations that we have. So it is our Superfund site in the Anna's Retreat area next to Four Winds Plaza. So the government of the Virgin Islands years ago entered into a consent decree agreement with the US EPA. DPNR is the facilitator of that Superfund site.
And 22 Wells litigation?
Yes.
Is it same thing?
Yes. That, so the contractor name is Frontier, and the site is the 22 Wells.
22 Wells litigation. And that has to go on for how long?
Another 20 to 25 years.
And lastly, any progress in that area that we would be able to, where are we with regards to that consent decree?
So I mean, we're effectively executing the pump and treat, which was recommended. The only thing that we could do to lessen that 20 years is to add injection wells and do additional pump and treat, but that would be at the tune of, let's say, an upfront cost of another $3 million to create the new injection wells, and then you would be doing an additional site at another $400,000 a year. So you'd be doubling your operating things, but it will reduce the years of treatment from about 25 maybe down to 17 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, Commissioner Oriel and your team, Ms. Cecilia Jackson-Williams and Ms. Henry. Commissioner, I have a question. Is your department, would you agree that your department is the 4th biggest revenue generator?
Yes.
So it's very important that programs or permits for terminal facility license, earth change permit, underground storage tank, groundwater, air pollution, I could continue, water pollution, that you have individuals to work these programs to receive the funding for that division. Can you tell me if you have someone in the air pollution program presently on the island of St. Croix? Because for me, this program is so important. As you know, Title V operating permit is a comprehensive, high-profile program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Senator, to a
Title
degree.
V. Okay. So, Commissioner, if I may, because I know what I know, and I'm reading the post-auditor's report. I'm seeing on page 6 of the post-audit, he says the division under personnel costs, all that stuff, the division, see a general fund decrease fringe benefits in amount of $167,986. Commissioner, it is so important. As the 4th biggest revenue generating department for the government of the Virgin Islands, that you make it the most important thing to hire staff. You've had a mass exodus of individuals left your department. Your morale is low, and there's no one coming to work for DPNR. And I am so happy to see in your FY 2025 initiatives that you stated, additionally, DEP will focus on recruiting in the upcoming fiscal year. Over the past 2 years, the division has experienced a significant loss of employees. With support from our federal grantor, we have been able to augment our awards to increase starting salaries, making them more competitive. Commissioner, I've been telling you this for the longest while. Have an employment drive with the Division of Personnel because you're losing staff. Try to increase the salaries of the employees that you had. And it's only now you're acting. Commissioner, I'm so disappointed because I've worked at your department for 15 years and I've seen the transformation go from a lot of employees to no employees. At this time, I just want to ask, recently you had someone that left the air pollution program. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the stance on you hiring somebody ASAP or trying to see how you can get someone in that position? As I mentioned, that permitting, that whole program is so important. As you know, you have the construct, install, and erect to operate air pollution emissions, authority to construct permits, permit to operate. Who's going to do these inspections? Because as a regulatory division, everybody out there know there's nobody
30
to
seconds.
regulate us. Commissioner, what's your plan?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The plan is to actually process the exit NOPA of the individual who left on June 3rd of this month and put that position back out for hiring. There are still 2 individuals in the air pollution control program on St. Croix, and also all of the major facilities are
Time.
in St. Croix where the 2 existing individuals can process applications for.
Commissioner, you have been stalling and filling these positions. I don't know what it is, but I think, and I would recommend, you work closely with the Division of Personnel to fill these positions, because as a regulatory agency, as a department that has the 4th biggest revenue generator, who's going to do the work? You're going to be losing revenues. So as you come here today and I read the post-audit
Senator
report,
Capehart, Senator Capehart,
there's a lot of
Senator Capehart, your time has been called. Can you please wrap up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was just saying, the post-audit report is not updated in a lot of areas, and I'm happy to sit here and continue listening. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your gracious time. Thank you.
Okay. So I see my colleague. I see my sister colleague, and there is a level of frustration. You have what portion of your $52 million in federal funds are tied to personnel?
We can give you that. Page, I believe, 8, Madam Chair of the.
So page 8, right?
Let me
Because we
see.
got the
Hold on.
thing is, this is a frustrating conversation. So
Page 7, I'm sorry.
page 7, yeah, that's so. Personnel. Oh, this is personnel. 4.7.
Yes.
So of the 52 million, 4.7 is personnel. 4.8, give or take. Allocated across all the estimated amount of personnel services of 4.8.
Yes.
4.8, which covers blah, 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 right? So the lion's share of your federal funds are associated with other services and charges.
That is correct.
Okay, so of the $4.8 million in personnel, how many positions does that total? What's inclusive? How many positions are inclusive of that $4.8 million?
Yeah, I believe that's on page 7 as well, Senator. So 100.
Tell me, just tell me.
102 positions.
You have 102 positions at total $4.8 million?
So the 102 represents vacancies as well as
Good.
the people that are on.
So how many of the 4.8 million are vacant and how many are filled? I gotta calculate that number. That number seems very. Let me
Have to-
check that. 4 million. Is this number? Does this 4.8 million include fringe benefits?
Yes.
Okay, 4. 6. How much positions you say it is? 102?
102.
So on average, your positions are like 40-something thousand dollars, 46. Well, with fringe, it says that on average your positions are 30-something.
The average is around in the 40s. Depending on which division, because like for example,
Okay.
Well,
What type of positions? We need a listing of all of your federal positions. And you're saying that what type of positions under these federal funds are at 30-something?
I'm sorry, no.
Yeah, there's something I write about this because your associated fringe going to be 40-something%. So if I do, yeah, that something is off about your
No,
numbers.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Yeah.
No. I apologize. No,
Yes,
we
okay.
entered that in wrong. So
Okay.
the total amount on our federal right now, including our vacancies,
So your filled and vacant positions.
filled and vacant,
Total?
federal, total, $6,292,631.
Okay, that sounds a little better because when I added it up, I was like, that's why you can't get nobody hired because
Yeah.
these positions
No.
the salaries are very low, but they're still low because of that 6.292, 30-something% of that is probably associated with fringe. So that's a
So
million.
the fringe is now 2 million.
Okay, so that have its own number.
That's a
Okay, now you're making better sense.
Yeah.
The fringe is what? 2
2
million?
million 959
Uh-huh.
350.
350. Okay. All right. Now it's a lot better. So of the 6.3 million, how many of those, what's the total amount of positions? 102 still?
The total amount, yes. So that's
Inclusive-
filled and vacant.
So it's 102. And of the 102, how many are vacant?
So I'll go back into excuse me. So we'd have to just add up the numbers. What we did is we placed the funded vacant positions on each of those tables that go from page 10 all the way down to 22. But for
Yeah,
the
so-
most part, it's going to be about 30.
30 what? 30
30,
positions?
30 vacancies.
So you have about 30 vacancies. Let's say
Federally funded vacancies.
okay, so you have 30 federally funded vacancies, right?
Give or take, yeah.
And what are you doing internally to fill these positions
So
and externally?
So the first thing that we had to do is, and we've been working on this for several months, is particularly since we're going into negotiations on the 23rd of July, we're looking to move what those starting salaries are and then move existing personnel to a higher number so that the starting salary folks are not overtaking people. And what we had to do with that is get those federal grants in line with what those increases will be. So we've had some challenges in making those moves.
You good.
But you can't hold on, but you asked me what we're doing internally. We have to set the money aside on the federal side because that's what's actually there. The general fund budget for DPNR.
We're not talking about general fund. You already
Well,
said
the
that's
federal
fine.
fund budget, right? What we're trying to do is get people to pay them accordingly so that we can recruit.
How long it take her to do that?
Took us about 4 months because you're doing it across 4 different divisions, all of which are funded differently. Like if I only had my division of Fish and Wildlife, Senator, I could pay everybody through the door $60,000 to start
So
because
what
they
about
have
your
more
low-hanging
money than
fruits?
everybody.
So what about your low hanging fruit? So you have all the visions are not created equal, right?
Correct.
That's just, and when I say that, what I mean by that is some of the positions, some of the divisions are, based on where we are right now in this time and space, you have critically needed positions. That's what I mean, right? So why is it that you're not looking at them in buckets of the critical nature within your various federal funds? Because if you look at them across the entire agency, and then you try to emerge everything all at once, then you're losing time.
So we actually have looked at them as buckets, Senator.
Okay, look
And
at
so
it.
what we've
Okay.
had to do is actually those buckets are based on their professional, like those degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So now what happens is when you're collectively bargaining, you have people with non-scientific degrees in the same class as people with scientific degrees. So how?
Well, that's a personal study. That ain't for you to do.
But the thing that ends up being a problem, right? Again, is I have my CZM division, for example, and I've got a number of people with master's degrees, but their federal funding has been level funded at $1.2 million for the last 6 years.
Let me ask you a question. Because, listen, I listened to my colleague that spoke last, and there's a level of frustration, and I can see why. So you're at the point where, because this is not a new conversation, new. So your agency's at the point where you have challenges getting individuals on because of the salary structure.
That's only part of it, Senator.
Right, I ain't finished.
Okay.
So that's part of because of the salary structure. However, one of the things that need to happen, the salary structure and the equity across the board, if you will, right? Around the salaries. But you have to have, one of the things that need to happen, you have to engage the external support to have the work done to get your positions aligned. If the division of personnel can't do it, then you get the necessary support and pay for it. But we can't keep hearing this all the time because your agency is very critical to us moving forward with, I mean, my colleague laid out. We have the disaster recovery. We have in the St. Croix district, we have so many environmental challenges. I mean, we could go on and on and on. I mean, I'm looking at your face and you're looking at me like I talking frat. But I'm saying to you that we have an issue. And the issue is, because when I ask you, you're telling me about having collective bargaining conversations, and I'm saying about, trying to align this with based on the union negotiations, etc. But in the interim, nothing prevents you from saying, look, these positions are critical and important to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for the time and space that we are in now to push forward on the things that are important to the territory at this time. And what we do, you draft up a stipulation and you say, listen, these people here, these new positions, I want them, this is the ideal salary because I need these people to come on board, tied to my federal funds. What stops us from petitioning the federal programs to say, listen, this $1 million that you're giving me, or whatever it is not sufficient to cover the salaries that I need in order to get this work done? Is that a challenge?
So, Senator, what you have explained is exactly what we have been doing. But before I can enter into the stipulation, I need to make sure those federal dollars are there to support those positions. And that's what has been getting in alignment.
So answer the
second
question.
challenge.
Answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
What prevents, is there an issue with the federal government, with you petitioning the federal government with regards to the salaries and saying, look, this is not sufficient funding for us to get the work done with the federal dollars that's being made available to us?
We write the salaries for our positions into our grants.
Okay.
But what I'm explaining is that there is no new cooperative agreement money, right? So what happens is, in order to raise the salary of existing, you are now also shaving off a position because you're separating that cash out. So you're making a decision for that. So that is absolutely there. And what we have done is align our grants to be able to pay everybody higher and do the stipulation agreements for those. The problem is now it's coming at the sacrifice of a vacancy, but B, the other part on this is not just the money, it's the qualifications of the people,
Okay.
right? So again, I'm an agency that's looking for people with master's degree in biological and environmental sciences, environmental engineering, all of that. Our university, as great as it is, on one hand, you're counting the amount
How are you
of
advertising for those positions? TMI. How are you advertising for those positions?
So we go out first and foremost with the Department of Personnel's website, which is attached to a few national databases. We are also, as part of other organizations that are aligned in the missions of what DPNR has to support, we place our vacancies on those listservs and everything. So we go out beyond the territorial borders. And then, we wait to see who actually responds too, because you have to become qualified through the Department of Personnel to be able to get a job.
This is very doable. It's very doable. What I'm hearing here is all the bureaucracy.
So, Senator, I would, but
Let me say something to you, right? The one thing you haven't said is we have completed the stipulation, sent it to the Office of Collective Bargaining, and now we are waiting for collective bargaining to wrap it up and get a union to sign off on it. Did that happen?
no.
Good. So then, you know what? You could advertise on listserv and all the serves that you want in the wall. The position salaries, ain't nobody interested in the master's degrees that you made mention to. They're not going to be interested. You have to take the necessary steps. And I'm going to move on from this because I have to go to the next senator. But I'm saying if we have not done that bare minimum as it relates to the getting the stipulation and the new salary amounts, the new salary caps, or whatever the salary amount is, then what we advertising, who we trying to attract? That's the question on the table. There must be a systematic way. Sometimes you have to push forward and get a tap on your hand and get what you need to get. And that's the issue. That's what you have to do. You have to chip away at it. You are waiting for the federal government to say to you, you could get this. Get your stipulation going. And if a vacancy has to suffer in the interim, at least you're able to fill some positions as you move forward. And as you work on it, then you get those positions back. But you can't look at it as a whole picture and think that you're going to make progress in that manner. Senator Ray, Senator Novell Francis Jr. recognized for your point. And I'm done.
A point of information. Commissioner, what you're discussing here is not really new to government. I mean, I have sat in the position of commissioner as well, and has been a quagmire that have plagued us for many, many years in that respect. At times, we have to take two positions to make one at the cost of losing one of those positions. I think what's glaring here is that you have all of these vacancies that continue to exist year after year, and whatever could be done to mitigate that. Again, you consolidate the positions so that you could get the salaries to up the ante, as well as the stipulation, or have individuals work outside of classification, then to be able to justify paying them the additional monies if that's allowable within your scope. But I have had to do that. Key critical position that's needed for your agency in order for you to be effective, then you have to really take on and be innovative in that stead, and also work along with the Office of Collective Bargaining to make sure that these matters are priorities, so that you don't have to wait any long, extended, protracted period of time in being able to address this issue. Having these vacancies for a long period of time, again, I believe is counterproductive. You don't get any work done, and then you're not able to get anybody hired, and then you leave a level of frustration where a lot of individuals now leaving the shop to go elsewhere to receive better salaries. I don't know, have you explored the opportunity to try to consolidate some of these positions at the cost of perhaps losing one?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and has that worked for you?
In certain aspects, yes, it has.
Okay, and you see opportunities for that to continue? I mean, you're merging two positions and losing one?
Correct.
But you're still concerned about, you're saying, the requirements, qualifications of individuals to be able to fill those positions?
Yes, Senator.
And you're working with the University of the Virgin Islands because we just attended that green technology conference where we saw a lot of technical, skilled, in my opinion, well tenured and well criteria positions there. Have you tried to attract them at DPNR?
Always.
And what happened?
I believe I have 6 master's graduates from the university. I believe we have provided them at least $1 million in funding to continue putting out those individuals. So we work very well with the university in terms of getting both undergraduate and graduate level folks.
So you hired them, or you just
Yes,
working with them?
we have
Onboarded?
hired several,
Okay.
and then we are also have hired, and then they go into the master's program. Our employee of the year is one of those. We have 2 people in the master's program working with us right now, and we also have, I believe, 3 undergraduates within the last 2 years working from us from the university. So in addition to hiring them, we also fund some of the undergraduate and graduate work that they do, getting them prepared for careers in environmental management.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for your response.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca, please.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to our distinguished panel of testifiers. Celia Jackson Williams, my neighbor, go way back, and Miss April Henry, and of course the Honorable Commissioner. Celia, tell Mommy I say hello. Yes. Okay, I wanted to go to the libraries, archives, and museums because, I think you gave testimony that you'd like to get 35, but there's 19 filled and there's 16 vacancies. And, I listened to you, Commissioner, detail a whole list of the problems and the obstacles that you have in this department. And, being a commissioner, we're also hired to come with solutions. Things change, For example, we used to use the postal mail, we don't do that no more, we use email. Long time ago, they used to use horse to carry information, then they went to telegraph, then they went to telephone, now we gone to cell phone. And we can go with TV. When TV came out, it was a big deal, and they had cable. Now a lot of people use YouTubes. And I say that to say in the division of the libraries, we have to look at things different because those 16 vacancies you have, I can confidently say that the local funds is not going to ever be able to fill those, considering all of the other critical positions, nurses, psychiatrists, and other things that the government has that's also priority. So I would suggest that you cooperate with education with those libraries. Maybe they have a program where they need tutors. They have someone that can teach the kids to read and to math. Cooperate with human services. Maybe we can bring some elderly persons to those libraries, and the elderly persons give them instructions on how you cook fish and fungi and other cultural things in these libraries. Also, look for volunteers. Some of the senators would probably volunteer our time to come down to the library and mentor the youths and stuff. So you got to look outside of the box, because the libraries, to get 16 full-time positions, the general fund is not going to be able to afford it, considering all the other priorities. Okay, that's with the libraries. I wanted to go to the revenue projections, because I know the Honorable Senator Rules Chair mentioned that you're, I think, the fourth revenue generator. And we had a revenue estimating meeting on May the 7th. And I think my numbers show here the fiscal year 24 estimated was $4.5 million. I want to ask you, because, the estimating of the government, was a little, how I say, it's short. The funds came up short. And I'm concerned how it does. So can you give me how you came up? What's the process you came up? If you just use the past year experience, how did you come up with these estimated for the 4.5? And is that still a good number?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So we actually use the average of the 3 prior fiscal year actuals. And then we can do 1% increase as a very conservative estimate of what we're doing.
Okay, and so being that, for example, Adrian Williams, Octelion have 443 additional $1 million coming online. Did she pass that information to you, and did you use that in your calculation, being that we have an additional 400, or yes? No?
No. We go by, again, we anticipate or we expect an uptick, particularly when more homes start to move with the Envision program, but we haven't seen enough activity to designate a trend yet. So that's why the increase was limited to a 1% increase.
Mm-hmm. And the other concern I had too, it wasn't related to you, but the government had actually only figured of 5% of that, which was the gross receipt taxes. So it seems like they need more communication with the revenue generation. I want to go back quick to the library, because you're promoting that hoopla for people to get books and information. Well, guess what? I got hoopla on my cell phone. So if I got hoopla on my cell phone, I don't necessarily need to go to the library, because I can look at it in my leisure time. So, Madam Chair, if I can just be allowed to finish. So I am suggesting, right, that you cooperate with the education department, because, they have real professionals, and what you're saying is professional. They have professionals that maybe will be eligible or be willing to do some tutoring on math and reading, and human services could probably get some elderly folks come down and give some culture. Some people might want to learn to cook fish and fungi and these kind of things. They can get lessons so that we can have the libraries being fully utilized. And thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Senator, you're making me hungry. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. My question to Commissioner Oriel. As far as the GIS planner, I saw here where we have a vacancy here. And I know how important the GIS program and street address initiative is. How many individuals came forward for this vacancy so far?
When we posted the vacancy, we had 3 candidates. One of them was from California. So that, I believe, was our second person. The person that we wanted to hire actually took another job with another agency, and the third one did not review very well.
All right. So in the interim, when it comes to the GIS program and street addressing initiative down there at the Lieutenant Governor's office, what role your office is playing to assist them in absence of a GIS planner?
I mean, whatever data they ask us for, particularly zoning data, is what is there, but the street addressing initiative is a specific project.
So that's federally funded or locally funded, the GIS planner?
It is locally funded through our special fund.
Locally funded. All right. You think you'll be able to get that position closed by the end of the year?
I know we are in discussion with somebody right now about to re-release the opening, so we hope to.
And I saw where you have a vacancy for chief legal counsel, $100,000 exempt. Elaborate. Anybody else came forward? Difficulties filling a position? Yes, no?
Yes, difficulties. I think I'm going to have to actually increase the salary on that.
By how much?
10 to 15,000.
10 to 15,000, and you think you'll be able to attract somebody for a chief legal counsel?
I believe so.
Okay, duly noted. And I saw where for contracts and services, you have Frontier Services, Inc. It doesn't go in full detail as far as what that company supplies. Is that a total of 374,000?
That's correct. They're doing the remediation at the Tutu Wells Superfund site that Senator Carrion asked about earlier.
Okay, just want to make sure. And then the VI Council on the Arts, based on the post-audit report, no funding and personnel were submitted. That was resolved, right?
So again, I think it's because VICA might have more than one activity center, which is one of the things that we have to clean up. But they get a federal award, and then it has to be matched. So I believe this fiscal year we're looking at, is it 319 for VICA? So there's a line item for them. They're one of the M-funded categories.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you for placing that on the record. And for archives, how many individuals you have working in the archives section? What's your personnel looking like?
So right now we have one assistant archivist in St. Croix designated. We have one library technician 3 in St. Thomas who was working in the archive specifically, but right now it's closed.
And as far as funding to upgrade and improve, as far as being able to store data and whatever the case may be, in this fiscal year budget that you brought down before us, do you have funding in there to upgrade and enhance as we speak about digitizing government?
Yes, so we have a federal award where we're going to be allocating about $2 million to the archives digitization process.
$2 million, and that's in this fiscal year, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
1 minute.
I'm happy to know that you're moving in that direction. Now, to the library, I had the opportunity to drop my children to the Florence Williams Library the other day. That was June 8th on Euclid PD Prentice Day. God bless his soul. And I had them register for a library card. And it was a great experience. I just want to say thank you to the staff there. I think her name is Sarah Jackson. Yes, so big up to Sarah Jackson and
Miss Pauline Jackson.
Pauline Jackson, and of course Amy. We all love Amy. Well, my question to you though, as far as the 19 positions under library, how many of them are for St. Croix?
Let me see, Senator. That's a.
And as you look for that, the library in West, if one of my colleagues asked that before, my apologies, but the library in West, the Peterson Library.
Time.
The Athalie M. Peterson Public Library in Frederiksted.
So right now there's a contract for the renovation taking place right now.
At what cost?
The base contract was $686,000. The change orders will put it at over $1 million.
Change order, million. And they say hurry dog eat raw meat, but we've been waiting for a while. When do you expect the one in West to go online?
Bottom line.
Not before fiscal year 26.
Not before. Okay. Thank you for being transparent. I'm not sure. My time was called? Oh, okay. So, Madam Chair, if I could just ask one last question. One last question. As far as the summer reading challenge, I just want to say thank you to the governor, his team, and everyone who's playing a role. I do agree with Senator, the good senator. I don't want to call his name because we're not supposed to call names. But quickly, what kind of funding are you using to market and promote the library? What is your budget for advertising and marketing our libraries? Do you have a budget for that?
No, we do not, Senator. Not a specific one. We do our marketing kind of internally using social media, promoting the different partnerships that we do when we are going to do an event or something like that. So it's all just in-house. It's all in-house labor on that.
It won't hurt to have a little advertising, marketing budget, even if it's $5,000, $10,000. But my time was called. I do encourage the usage of the library, and I have some ideas for you to work with the Department of Education. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, what's your vendors' payment? How much do you owe in aggregate for vendors?
I'm going to ask Ms. Henry to...
Good morning. April Henry, Director, Business Administration. At this time, our outstanding obligation is $2.8 million.
And what's happening in that space? These are pending requests through finance. What's happening with those?
Some of it is through finance, waiting for a check run, and then most of it is still in pre-encumbrance state.
Yeah. What about any litigation or judgment against DPNR? Any court cases of judgment, litigation pending?
Yes. So we have one litigation against us that we're trying to rectify that. We have one settlement agreement as well. We anticipate, we had hoped that it was actually paid out before we got here. We were pushing for earlier this month, but we're trying to work through those challenges with the Department of Finance and execute those payments.
So you have the funding to take care of those litigation and judgments?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Senator James, you recognize for your point of information. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is why you're not supposed to interrupt individuals, and I apologize. I asked two questions. You answered the last one, which was about the Atherley M. Peterson Public Library. But before that, I asked you
how many in St. Croix?
The personnel, 19 individuals. Total, I think, for libraries.
Yeah.
How many are specifically for St. Croix?
So 10 are currently in St. Croix.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. Thank you.
You said 19 library-related positions and 10 in St. Croix. All right. I just shared this document with you. So this document is, I don't know if you have these numbers because you didn't share this when you presented your budget. But what we did is we added up the information in the budget book, and this is what they're saying that this is what the recommendation is for your proposed budget for FY 2025. We already went through the personnel, and we know that the personnel is off. Okay? The other services and charges. What did you have? Let me go back to your page. And we're going to do this before we wrap up. So under your budget, you have $776,000 for the recommended category of other services and charges. So that's the closest, the other services and charges category under the budget book is 1.2 $23107 million. But you have your presentation speaks to 776, 749. You see that? And your utilities is the only number that actually come back. Well, no, your utilities was at 488 in 24, and in 25 is 487. So that's the one that actually come back in your presentation. You have 463.
489. Go ahead.
Territorial parks. The funding that was appropriated to you for territorial parks initially, are those funds available until expended or something?
No, Senator.
No?
No. But
So-
now the territorial parks is you guys directed us last year to have them have their own activity center. So the activity center was created, but for whatever reason their org codes were not. So they kind of still are showing up halfway.
Who's your budget analyst? Well, I don't need to know the name, but are you in contact with your budget analyst at OMB?
Constantly.
Because something is very, 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 like, this one, I've never seen anything like this one. And I understand that there's another one that looks like this. My strong recommendation is that you get in contact with your budget analyst because your numbers are way too off. You know, sometimes you may see a little off number here and there, but these numbers are like, there's no relationship to what's in the executive budget, what you present. I don't know.
Good morning, April Henry, Director of Business Administration. So specifically to the utilities, the 463 is exclusive of VICA's portion of utilities. So in that chart that you're looking at on page 5 of the testimony, the VICA's portion is within the 946,000 miscellaneous, is separated out. When it comes to the other services of 776, that is also exclusive of VICA, SHPO, the miscellaneous budget. The table below, which is a 1.4 million, is inclusive of all general fund and miscellaneous funds.
You mean the table below? Or you mean in your page?
Yes, I'm
page
sorry,
5?
in the testimony.
So the 1.4?
1.4, and that is the corrected amount based on our budget, which is not reflected in the budget book.
Okay, good. So, Commissioner Oriel, your other services and charges category, because that's a very important category, because if you don't have the money to pay your contracts, you'll have a problem, right? So your other services and charges category of 1.414976 is sufficient for FY 2025. Is there anything that fell out of this that's important to your operations that is not included? That's one.
No, Senator. There's nothing that's fell out because we do have some cost saving measures as well taking place, and so those things will be able to. If there is a small void, those things will be able to fill up.
Okay, let me ask you, under the Tutu Wells, is education still required to pay a portion of the Tutu Wells?
No, Senator.
That's
it
not happening
comes
anymore.
100% from this body's allotment
To you.
for it to
Yeah,
us.
because at one point, education paid about $100 and something thousand many years ago.
Right.
So that's not happening anymore. It
Not
pays
for the
directly.
last 12 years.
Okay. And your capital projects, okay, so there's no capital ask in 25, but there was a capital ask in 24 that you got. I think you were using those funds to begin upfitting the office down in Subbase.
That's
the
correct.
old WAPA building. What's the status of that?
The bids closed yesterday. The 2 bids were received. One bid was 1 million over budget. The second bid was 4 million over budget.
So you're nowhere.
what we will try and do is do a best and final, and if we can get into within 250 to 300,000, I believe we might be able to undertake this phase 2 of the upfit.
Okay. Okay. And then you had some capital projects under the Public Finance Authority.
Yes, that is correct.
So the Fort Christian renovation, is that the complete? Is that done, or you still have work to do there?
We still have some electrical work to do there.
Okay, and then and this report I'm looking at is old, so pardon me. The Frenchtown Fish Market, that's completed?
That portion is completed, yes.
And this just says DPNR.
That was the St. John office, I believe.
That money was reprogrammed, though.
It was originally supposed to be part of the Kittel Fish Market, but it was reprogrammed to the St. John office.
What's the status of that?
So right now, the St. John office is under construction, and we're going to use, I believe it's $3,800. There's going to be a portion of things that we have to provide under the PW, and so we'll purchase $3,800 worth to help towards the 2% that we're required to do.
And of course, you talked about the public library, the SHPO office. What's the status of that?
The SHPO office. So we went out to bid. Bids came in approximately $2 million more than the allotment in there. And again, that allotment is actually a gift that was put in trust, but they asked for it to be held by the PFA. So what we are working on right now is using the CIP branch in Public Works to augment the scope of work and put it back out for bid.
And then the last one is the Lorraine Fish Market. That was done, right?
So the Lorraine Fish Market under the PFA funding has been completed. The Lorraine Fish Market using our reprogrammed funding from fiscal year 23, we are waiting the approval of the contract to do those repairs.
Well, sir. We got a lot of work to do here, buddy. This is a whole lot. So you're awaiting the contract on that one.
Yes,
All
we
right,
went out to
so-
bid at that, Senator, back in February, and
Still waiting.
the bids are completed. The bidder has been awarded. We're just waiting on the actual contract to be issued. I did receive the notice from the Department of Justice that they had completed their legal sufficiency review last week. So I anticipate that the signature on the contract will be before the end of this month.
Okay, so you two have your own frustration because things are not moving as fast as they should. So I'm going to just ask you, because of the discrepancies in the numbers, I asked about the personal fringe already. So just basically send me back all your categories. Send back to the committee. Please work with the post-audit division so we could be clear on these numbers. You have a matching requirement. I actually served as a budget analyst for DPNR many moons ago, and DPNR's federal funds and is very complex. It's a very complex department. So we just need to be clear on what the ask is. One second. And what the ask is for the local side of the budget from you. And I agree that some of it is rolled up. So roll it back down for us. Because when we provided it to you, we rolled it up. Because if you look at historic preservation, $1 million, actually that's rolled down.
Yeah, those are
Rolled down. So
two M
territorial
categories.
parks is rolled up. So I want you all to just roll them back down for us so we could be clear on what these numbers are. Okay? All right. We've exhausted our discussion with you for today. So, as I said before, we need to get from you a listing of all of your federal positions, vacant and filled, your critical vacant positions to date, your updated personnel list, and as we asked for the breakdown of the department. Yeah. Same thing. This is all the same. This is all the same. Breakdown of the FY24. I just asked for that, the overall breakdown. And that's it. Okay, so we'll send you a letter so we can, we are able to make an informed decision with regards to your budget. All right, I'll allow you a 30-second close.
We recognize that this body has an enormous challenge of projecting budget projections. We see that overall the central government's ask for this year is 96 or 98 million less than it was. So we're trying to be overall just more in tune with what revenue collections actually are. We will continue to do our part to, expand the services of DPNR, but I just want to thank my entire staff, the members of my team, my direct senior management team, for all the things that are happening in DPNR. And before I go, I would be remiss on not plugging the town halls this evening at Victor's Hideout for the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. We had an excellent town hall last night in St. John. We want to see that many active and engaged participants this evening at Victor's Hideout, and then on Thursday at the UVI Great Hall. Both the remaining town hall projects will be commencing at 5:30, ending around 7:30, 8 o'clock. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present this budget, Madam Chair and members of the 35th Legislature.
All right, well, thank you for your presentation today, and we have some work to do. And, I know that we are committed on this side of the aisle to ensuring that if there is a revenue generating agency, we cannot support these levels of cuts in an agency where that is responsible for ensuring that we are able to build up our economic base. So we're going to need to get the information from you so we can ensure that we are able to do what's right here. However, there must be some clear plan and path to fill in these vacant positions at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I think we've exhausted all that we can with you today, so the committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read block number 2 into the record?
Block 2, Department of Tourism. Invited testifier, Mr. Joseph Bushelti, Commissioner, Department of Tourism. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This afternoon, we have before us the Department of Tourism officials, and we will hear from them as they defend their FY 2025 budget. Commissioner Bushelti, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
And how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. So I'm going to ask you to put your names and titles on the record, and we're going to start with you, Commissioner, and then we're going to go to my right, your left, and then we're going to follow suit on the other side. You may proceed.
Okay, great, thank you. Joseph Bushelti, Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Jamila Miller Christopher, Director of Administration and Management.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals.
Shamari Haynes, Assistant Director, Division of Festivals, St. Croix.
Okay. Commissioner, I understand that you have a video you would like to play prior to your testimony?
Yes, we put together a video just to show the senators some of the work that we've been doing that has led to our success.
Pull up your mic a little more because we're having a little time. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, great.
Much better.
Yep, so we have an introductory video that's a sizzle reel in the industry. It's just a highlight of last year of activities in the territory and outside of the territory that has led to our successes, and we want to share it with the body.
Okay, media, you can bring up the video. Thank you for sharing that with us. We look forward to hearing your testimony so it could make a little more sense to us. I know that you are silver and bronze?
Right, for two of the marketing awards, yes.
Yes, so we look forward to hearing that.
Okay, great.
All right, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Good morning, Finance Committee Chairwoman, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, committee members, and senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joseph Baschulte, Commissioner of the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Pursuant to your invitation, I appear before you today to present the Department of Tourism's budget testimony for the fiscal year 2025. The executive team members accompanying me today are Assistant Commissioner Alani Henneman, Director of Administration and Management Jamila Miller Christopher, Director of Festivals Ian Turnbull, and Assistant Director of Festivals Shamari Haynes. I would also like to recognize members of the Department of Tourism who are supporting today in the chamber and those who are hard at work but following the hearing online. This has been a record-setting year for tourism in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I proudly attribute that growth to the Department of Tourism team whose hard work, creativity, and dedication to the concerted mission helped to make our home the premier Caribbean destination. Year over year, we have garnered national and global attention, expanding brand recognition and increasing on-island visitation and investment. Together, the team has created a data-driven and strategic marketing plan which continues to aggressively showcase the territory on a global scale. Our strategy has proven to be highly impactful and continues to garner positive economic growth for the territory. In April, Expedia.com named St. Thomas the #1 trending summer destination in the world. This acknowledgement reaffirms the demand for airlift and hotel accommodations will remain strong as we enter this season, achieving a major long-term objective of shifting away from seasonality into a year-round destination. Following the Expedia announcement, we also learned that the territory's March 2024 arrivals were an all-time record for airlift passengers, with over 100,000 passengers welcomed. Airlift numbers continue a steady upward shift, increasing 26% over last year, adding 374,420 overnight passengers into the territory during the winter 23-24 season, defined as December to March. The current forecasting reports for 2024 arrivals project that we are on a pace to surpass the previously set record of 827,000 air passenger arrivals in 2021. In addition to our consistent marketing efforts in target and feeder cities, we can also attribute the increase in airlift to our consistent communication with airline partners and executives at key industry events such as Routes America and Routes World. At both Routes events, our team creates bespoke data-focused partner presentations that highlight demand in the territory and why the destination is primed for increased airlift. Within this fiscal year alone, airlines have added 971 new flights, representing 184,747 additional seats. Increased airlift combined with additional hotel capacity, such as the 2023 opening of the Pink Palm and reopening of 2 properties at Frenchman's Reef, the 392-room Westin Resort and Spa, and the 94-room Morningstar Bowie House Beach Resort, has helped the territory maintain a very healthy growth rate of hotel bookings. Despite adding new hotel development throughout the Caribbean, the territory's hotel occupancy rate grew 12.4% in the last 12 months. As we continue to target a higher net income household, hotel rates in the USVI continue to garner more than hotels in other Caribbean destinations, with an average daily rate of $603 compared to the regional average of $455, as reported by Tourism Economics. The revenue per available room, RevPAR, is up 10.5% during the last 12 months at $360.78 compared to $302.54 in the region. And the shared economy revenue is 1.1% ahead of pace, producing $368,708,347 so far this year. hotel tax collections, which subsidize the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, are surpassing 2023 revenues by 24% at $35,934,054 year to date as of May 2024, and are 5.3% ahead of the fiscal year 2022. This forecast tracks to surpass revenue collections in the 2022 record year of $57,800,000. In this record-breaking year, the long-time bulwark of our economy, our cruise industry sector, may have accomplished the most impressive feat. According to a 2024 industry report by Cruise Lines International Association, CLIA, there were 31 million cruise passengers globally in 2023. And our territory carved out a remarkable 5% of that worldwide market with almost 1.7 million passengers and 495 cars arriving into St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas. Cruise traffic in St. Croix has grown substantially from 2019 to 2023, with an astonishing 191% increase of passengers from 54,827 to 159,658 at Anne E. Abramson's Marine Facility. Between Waiko and Crown Bay, St. Thomas welcomed 1,613,554 passengers in 2023. This is in comparison to 2019, when we welcomed 1,433,121 passengers at both marine docks before the CDC imposed cruise industry shutdown during the COVID-19 pandemic. The cruise market on both islands considerably expanded by 13% from 2019 to 2023 and continues to grow with the industry restabilization. In line with the continued industry restabilization and anticipated expansions from major cruise lines through 2028, we forecast continued fair winds for the territory's cruise industry, with passenger arrivals expected to increase by 5% during the 2024-2025 season. Our three carnival celebrations have experienced spectacular growth under the Department of Tourism's leadership, elevating production and promotion to the point that they are considered among the best in the region. Every December, the spirit of festival overtakes the island of St. Croix, and the 2023-2024 Cruise and Christmas Festival proved to be a resounding success. From the more than 3,000 attendees to the pageants, an estimated 10,000 revelers taken to the streets for Juve and parade, and a more than a 58% increase in year-over-year air passenger arrivals in December and January, we are proud of the continued growth of this beloved cultural celebration. Growing in regional and international popularity, St. Thomas Carnival continues to elevate USVI carnivals and culture throughout the diaspora and to visitors alike. This year's carnival welcomed an estimated 15,000 revelers who joined locals at the bevy of cultural and community events, including the food fair, which featured over 200 vendors. Additionally to note, air arrivals during the 2024 St. Thomas Carnival increased 32% year over year in April and May. This year's live stream hosted on Facebook and Instagram have reached more than 10 million viewers for the Cruise and Christmas Festival and St. Thomas Carnival. Both digital and traditional media coverage for these events has also been strong, garnering top-tier placements and a substantial influencer-driven engagement on social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Festivities are currently underway for the 70th annual St. John celebration, where we again anticipate welcoming record numbers of revelers to the Love City shores for an unforgettable showcase of the territory's rich and vibrant culture. This year's free village lineup honoring Gwenda Dagu will feature international sensation Wyclef Jean, Patrice Roberts, Dexter Daps, Kes the Band, Mr. Killer, Richie Spice, Lyrical, and a bevy of artists from the Virgin Islands, including Pumpa, Adamo, Mike Love, Star Martin, Quilby Resurrection, Cruise Rock, Spectrum, Blinders, Carnage, and many others. Whether it's a once-in-a-lifetime performance from Davido, Shaggy, Coffee, or Papa Kelly, coupled with great cultural experiences such as our pageants, panoramas, parades, and daybreak parties in the streets of Frederick Street, Cruise Bay, and Charlotte Amalie, Our work has propelled the U.S. Festivals brand to the forefront of people's minds and atop Carnival market throughout the region and abroad. The Division of Festivals brand continues to support our market initiatives by adding global exposure at major lifestyle events, including the Toronto Caribbean Carnival, One Music Fest, and Uber Soca Cruise, while also being integrated into broad-scope Department of Tourism partnerships like the New York Jets, Chicago Cubs, and Boston Red Sox activations. Uber Soca Cruise will return to the seas with the U.S. Virgin Islands as a premier partner and island host. This coming October, the cruise will dock on the big island of St. Croix for the Uber times Uber Soca Juve takeover. For the many sold-out hotel properties to the year-over-year increase in air passenger arrivals, the numbers underscore the remarkable growth and success of our events throughout the Division of Festivals, while remaining anchored in showcasing our time-honored traditions. As we move forward within the festival arts industry, the Division of Festivals will continue collaborating with local and international promoters to expand our reach and bring new visitors to our shores. Additionally, our relentless promotional efforts now give us an edge in heritage tourism as we present our traditions and culture to visiting travelers. For the past few years, the Department of Tourism has been aggressive in non-traditional marketing spaces to maintain the destination status as the fastest growing destination in the Americas. Our two principal marketing campaigns, Naturally in Rhythm, the general branding for all three major islands, and St. Croix, a vibe like no other, a standalone marketing campaign, continue to target multi-generational and multi-ethnic visitors. This year, we put a spin on the general campaign with Step Into Rhythm, focusing on culture, heritage, authenticity, and adventure tourism. We continue to push our complementary slogan, No Passport Required, as it undoubtedly helps differentiate us from our regional counterparts, given that more than 52% of Americans do not have a passport. The 2024 advertising strategy builds on the momentum of last year's campaigns, which focus on paid social, search, out-of-home media, and digital tactics such as display, retargeting, native, pre-roll, and connected TV. We continue to foster strategic relationships and sponsorships with best-in-class media groups such as Sports Illustrated for special issues, Food and Wine's annual festival in Aspen, and Afar for fishing TV series. Pivotal marketing wins from last year include paid media campaigns reporting over $3.5 million return in hotel revenue, a significant year-over-year increase. The brand campaign drove more than 136,000 clicks to the website for an overall click rate that was double the industry benchmark. 4 Telly Awards, 2 Internet Advertising Awards, HSMAI Adrian Award, Brand USA Storytelling Award. The Visit USVI.com website continues to outperform year-over-year visitation with meaningful results. So far in 2024, we have reached 1.5 million site sessions, up 10% year-over-year, and 1.3 million total users, up 16% year-over-year. Integrated marketing and partnerships have shown significant returns as we continue to lead the region and industry with our innovative marketing tactics. From the New York Jets, which has returned a 10% increase in regional destination searches, to the Boston Red Sox, which has seen a 41% increase in flights from the Boston area, we have experienced high dividend returns on our investments. Public relations and social media both have been a cornerstone of our continued efforts to organically elevate the territory. By engaging in a diverse array of storytellers and sharing authentic stories through bespoke lenses on various platforms, we have been able to expand our daily reach to primary target demographics. This year, we've been featured in major publications and media outlets, including Condé Nast Traveler, Travel and Leisure, Forbes, Essence Magazine, Caribbean Journal, The Shade Room, Black Enterprise, Yahoo, and more. The USVI has been awarded several prestigious media honors, including the World's 50 Best Beaches 2024, Trunk Bay, the #1 beach in the world. 2024 USA Today, 10 Best Readers' Choice. #6 Best Caribbean Beach, Honeymoon Beach, St. John. Caribbean Journal's 2024 Caribbean Travel Awards, Innovative Destination of the Year and Cruise Destination of the Year. 2024 Porthole Readers' Choice Award, Best Caribbean Cruise Destination. In the world of social media, we have continued to grow our reach in the past year, launching a TikTok, Threads, and a departmental LinkedIn. On Instagram and Facebook, we have continued to build out and share authentic stories, focusing on user-generated content and integrating local content creators' narratives to showcase the territory. On Facebook, we have over 10 million impressions, and on Instagram, we have nearly 800,000 impressions, an 11% increase from 2023. In 2025, we are looking to expand our influencer content creator program, aligning more with current industry trends and ensuring that we continue to be on the cutting edge of how we connect with the past, current, and future visitors. Moving forward, the Department of Tourism intends to continue expanding the marketing efforts to build brand awareness and drive visitation, increase connectivity with international markets, strengthen airline relationships, and continue to bolster the festival and cultural events. Aimed at broadening our underlying goal of making the territory the leading Caribbean destination, our team and partners stand steadfast in the continued efforts. Please review the addendum section for further updates on airlift, accommodations, the cruise industry, marketing, public relations, social media, marine, international marketing, trade marketing, sales, film, and MICE meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. We have included our current fiscal year 2024 budget breakdown, which supported traditional and digital advertising, sales and marketing, strategic partnerships, public relations, and community involvement. The budget recommendation for fiscal 2025 is $34,443,073, directly mirroring our fiscal year 24 budget. The aforementioned budget recommendation will cover all operational expenses for the department's salaries and fringe benefits, contracts, office expenses, special division operations, film, visitor experience, and the division of festival, sponsorships, collateral, public relations, social media, and marketing. We intend to execute our mandate to market the territory within our approved fiscal 25 budget. Our budget breakdown is outlined on pages 34 and 35 in Appendix A and gives the monetary itemization for the budgeted categories. In conclusion, I want to extend my gratitude to Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire, the Virgin Islands government, and my devoted and hardworking team at the Department of Tourism for their tireless commitment and efforts. To the esteemed senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, we look forward to continuing to work with you to ensure the United States Virgin Islands continues to shine as a premier travel destination. Thank you for this opportunity to present our summary for fiscal year 2024 and the Department of Tourism's budget recommendations for fiscal year 2025. Before we conclude today's testimony, we would like to share with you Visit USVI.com 2.0. This website refresh includes added context that spotlights local businesses, events, calendars, and pertinent tourism information, including where to go and what to do. We stand available to answer any questions pertaining to today's testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bushelder. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Thank you for being here, Senator Johnson, as well as Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Non-committee members, thank you for being here. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Oh, the video coming up? Media, could you please bring up the video? No, I'm sorry.
Senator, so that is our new website launch. We had up just for the senators in the room and the listening and viewing audience. On the left was the mobile. On the left was the mobile application, and on the right was the website. And so generally, what happens right now in the marketing space, when you have a new website, you design an application for the mobile phones and devices, and one for the website. So they're very similar, but they have little differences in order to get the best reach. And then many of you may have been wondering who is the rhythm in the background. It's actually one of our own. Shamari, you want to say I'm going to mess up the first name. So Williams, a.k.a. Swanks. But you can say the first name.
Aaron Williams. Shamari Haynes, Assistant Director, Division of Festivals, St. Croix. Aaron Swanks Williams is the individual responsible for the rhythm.
All right. Okay. So colleagues, we're going to go to I want to make sure I clarify that it's not 4 or 5 minute rounds. It's 5 minutes. Okay, so we're going to go to 5 minutes. So you talked about your success, or our success is more like it, with regards to the hotel. So this is overnight visitors.
Correct.
And I'm actually seeing the numbers. So the numbers reflect some 145% increase in the income, in the revenues that we've collected this time last fiscal year.
Well, we're up 24% over last fiscal year through May of 2024. But for us, which was also a very important stat, is the best year the territory ever had was 2022. And we are about 5% ahead of 2022 and 2024.
Right, but I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay.
I'm seeing that you're up significantly. However, what concerns me though is when I look at our gross receipts, that's the challenge here. So we have to figure out, and we have to really do a deep dive as it relates to what's happening. And of course, this don't have anything to do with you, but the mere fact that we're seeing the significant increases under the hotel tax, but our gross receipts are not showing those same results is concerning. Because our overall revenues this year, as of May, based on the Internal Revenue Report, and they are usually up to date, shows a 6% decrease, some $36.9 million. $36.9 million. And that, of course, those are only the revenues that are collected by the Internal Revenue. We're not talking about the revenues that are collected by the property taxes, DPNR, those that are housed in the Department of Finance. This is just your straight tax type revenues. So we have to dig a little deeper to figure out what's really happening. I guess we're gonna have to do it by island as well, by districts, to figure out where we're seeing most of the deltas with regards to our tax collections. But we're gonna move on. We're gonna start with. Okay, Senator DeGraff seems to have stepped out for a minute, so we're going to start with Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Commissioner Bashalt and your management staff there. And thank you so much for that testimony. And congratulations on all of the accomplishments thus far. And we are having, based on your testimony, record numbers in terms of travel to the territory. Let me ask you, though, you spoke to a 12.4% increase in St. Thomas, St. John District in airfare, in air travel?
No. Overall, we're up.
I know you said for St. Croix 58%. You said for St. Croix 58% for the carnival.
Yeah, carnival you're speaking about.
But
yeah.
For St. Thomas, St. John District, in terms of air travel and cruise.
Right. Oh, for the months, correct. So yes, we were speaking about, one of the things we try to do, since we have Division of Festivals under the Department of Tourism, is actually take a close look at the incremental amount of tourists that travel to the territory for these events. And what we've shown is for St. Croix, we're up considerably for the overnight traffic coming in by air in December and January, and the same thing for April and May in St. Thomas, in traffic in.
Okay, well, that being said, let me ask you quickly then. In respect to the post-audit report on page 6 of 16, is showing a variance on the personal services of $767,975, which is recommended for the 25 budget, which is 30% more than the 24 budget. What accounts for that difference? Were the raises given? Do you have additional staff?
Yeah, we
Can you
have
speak to me?
both. So this body approved raises for the Department of Tourism a year plus ago. We have submitted those to the governor's office for approval and to go through the process through OMB. And then we also have added, right now I believe it's 5 positions that we have in place, and our director for admin and finance could give you more specifics. So we added new positions as well that are included in the 2025 budget. But that paperwork process has begun, and the paperwork is in the governor's office and expected to go through OMB once the system reopens.
What are those positions quickly, for the record?
Sure. The new positions that's coming.
Say your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jamila Miller-Christopher, Director of Admin and Management. So the new positions that we have currently on board and that's coming online, we have 2 customer service coordinators. We have a director of sales. We have a social media manager, director of visitors experience. That position is being refilled. We have assistant director of communication, special events coordinator, and we have a supervisor of leisure and management.
Okay, very well. And how many vacancies do you have at the department?
So currently we have 18 vacancies.
18 vacancies.
That's correct.
Are those positions funded?
Yes.
Okay, 100% or 50%?
So they're funded 100%.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, the tourism advertising revolving fund, how much funds are there available in that fund?
Well, based on the submission by the financial team, there was roughly $100 million in the fund, and I think there was, after they incorporate our budget, roughly $72 million available.
Available? Okay, very well. What about your Impress fund balance?
Yeah, the Impress fund balances are a lot smaller, and I think we have them in our book. I think you know them off the top of your head, Ian. The festival numbers. I believe they're on.
St. Thomas.
Ian Turnbull.
Sorry, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Apologies. St. Thomas, 22,000 as of May. St. John is 8,000, and St. Croix is at 6,000.
Okay, very well. And before my time is called, in respect to the Division of Festival, again, I must say that the increase in numbers.
1 minute.
In terms of travel, both with the cruise industry and the airlines, those numbers are impressive. The feedback from many individuals are positive. How do you account for your percentages, or how do you gather that information? What type of tool are you using to assure that those numbers are on point?
Yeah, we have several sources that the Department of
30
Tourism,
seconds.
that the Department of Tourism uses in terms of information around sharing economy, which is Airbnb, home away from home. We also use a different source for information on hotels, STR, which is industry known. And then from an airline side, we use information through our marketing firm sublets out to get information directly on airlines. And we also receive information directly from the Port Authority on air arrivals. And then lastly, the information is always cross-checked against the official record keeper for the VI government, which is BER.
And in closing, Madam Chair, if I may,
Time.
in respect to the best return on investment to the territory, I know you say you have a lot of flights now from the Boston area because of the that advertisement. You have one, I believe, in the Bulls, Chicago area, etc. Which one of those investment to you is the best return on investment for the department and for your buck?
Yeah, so when we did those advertisements in those major cities, so we did one in Boston, one in Chicago, and one in New York City or the tri-state area. And what we look for when we did those deals is an increase in airlift from those cities. So we can say within 1 year we received an increase in flights from Boston, as well as demand into JFK that we've heard from our airline partners out of the Boston area. The Chicago flights, we had United and American flying in, and United added a second flight out of Chicago O'Hare. And then lastly, we had out of the tri-state area, which is New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, we've had daily flights coming in from on Delta and American into St. Thomas. We're working on a flight into St. Croix. And we've had daily flights coming in from Newark, New Jersey. So each one of these areas, we've seen consistent increase in seats, which is our ultimate first step. The second step is actually people flying in. And what we can report back is that over 90% occupancy on these flights. So people are flying in too.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So just let me ask you quickly. So I pull up the code as we were talking about the hotel tax. And there are a few dollars that will go to different entities, but the lion's share of the funding comes to the Tourism Revolving Fund. And so it says here, as per law, 33 VIC 54, right? And this is under 54 D2.
She's reading
D2. Or 2, actually. So 25% of the funding goes for advertising the Virgin Islands, and I suspect this should be based on your annual revenues.
Correct,
right?
the budget,
So
right.
The annual revenues. Remember, the revenues are going to pot. And once the amount is shaved off, these different, a million here and a million there, is 3 million that's shaved off, literally. Right? And then it says 25% goes to advertise the Virgin Islands overall. 25% is exclusively for advertising the island of St. John. 25% is for exclusively advertising the island of St. Croix. And 25% is for exclusively advertising the marine industry. In your estimation, based on how this law is written, as I read it, it just doesn't seem effective to me. And I may be wrong, okay? Because if you're saying, not you're saying, but if we're seeing, why do it to people? To date, in fiscal year 2024, we've generated $23.7 million. So I suspect May, June, July. So on an annual basis, on your annual basis, you probably generate about what? 35 million?
No, we expect this year to be, money's into the fund to be somewhere around 50 million conservatively.
Not into the fund.
Okay.
That's the difference. So
Yeah.
you're adding all of what's available on top of what's coming in for the new year. You see
Right.
what I'm saying?
No, I understand what
I'm
you're
talking
saying.
about year on year.
Right.
Fiscal year 21, 22. So I'm at 24. What are
Right.
we expecting to generate in 24 proper?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand. I think we're
Okay.
saying the same thing.
Okay.
So let me just explain to you how we look at it. So we look at what the fund brings in, which is we anticipate somewhere around 50 million this year, up from 30-something million last year, 37 or 38 million. Out of that amount, the money goes straight into the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, right? Then what we base our spend on.
We're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know what
I'm
it
not
is
sure.
that I'm like, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So the monies that come in how we look at the 25, 25, 25, 25 is we look at it based upon the marketing allocation that we have in our budget of how that spend goes out. So we don't look at it on the total amount that comes in. So how we've been doing it is 25%. We actually spend more of the budget on St. Croix in marketing. St. John is covered heavily through St. Thomas, even though it says exclusively. But the bulk of the traffic comes through St. Thomas to go to St. John. And then lastly, of course, the overarching territory at 25. And in the marine area, we're working our way up to 25%, just because right now we don't see the returns coming in like we see on the other side with them. But we are moving in there. As you mentioned, if you looked at our piece, we started being more aggressive in marine publications, having conversations with VIPCA, which is the VI Professional Charter Association, on ways to work with them. We're attending more trade shows to get the numbers up. So that's how we allocate the monies. I don't know if I'm answering you, Senator, but we do it based on
I understand how you
budget.
allocate the monies, and that's why I asked you specifically, based on how this legislation is written, it is contrary. Well, you're doing what you should do, because this, I don't know how you would be ever able to do it this way. It's not rational. So what I'm asking you is, if you, as you look at these 25, you're not truly operating in this manner. You have to operate based on the need. See, we have this thing where we look at all of our islands, I almost said districts because it's all of our islands equally. And some, like you said earlier, some islands, a island or two islands or whatever it is, need more advertising. So we have it here that we have it laid out 25, 25, 25. And then you have advertising for the Virgin Islands up 25. And then you have St. John 25, St. Croix. Like, I'm not sure what we were thinking, because it's we, because I'm a part of this. But this section of the law needs to be revisited. And the people that should be revisiting this is your office bringing this to us and saying, look, this is how we see this. Because one of the things that we've done is now we have, because of our fiscal challenges, we have moved your operational, this has nothing in here that speaks to operational, your operational expenses to the Tourism Revolving Fund. So that's another change that we have to make. We don't have to make it in this budget cycle, because this year would be the third or the fourth year we're doing this.
The third.
So we have to now look at the percentages and, of course, what we do. So we have to break out the difference between your true operation and then your advertising is something totally different from your operation. So we are going to need your assistance with helping us to fix this legislation, because you do this every day, not us. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, we definitely would work.
Yeah, so I see it as an issue. We have to come in line with how you truly, what we expect to see from tourism. Okay? And again, when we made the changes in the law to move our festivals and carnivals under tourism, we did not make the adjustment to this law. So we operating outside of the law. You see what I'm saying? As far as the funding is concerned, because right now the funding, we're using the funding for your entire operation to operate our festivals, all of that stuff, right? Our carnivals, everything, in addition to our advertising. All right, good. Senator, let me see if the graph is back. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to team, Department of Tourism. And I want to start off by, of course, thanking the Department of Tourism and the Division of Festivals. I think that is undeniable that the last several events, the one in St. Croix, the one in St. Thomas, and I'm certain that the one in St. John are certainly memorable events and have drawn a large crowd of individuals to our islands. And of course, there's always room for improvement or reason to complain. But I must say that I believe that most of the events that I've attended have always been a large turnout, seems to be very well organized and really reflective of the product that you're trying to achieve here in the Virgin Islands. So I want to say thank you for that. Observation that I've seen, I see that Mr. Shamari Haynes is assistant director. He was deputy commissioner. He's assistant director.
Yeah.
Why is he
So-
being bounced around like that? What is
Well,
it?
he's not being bounced around. So he has an appointment letter as deputy commissioner. So we're moving the paperwork through the system to get the position.
We heard that the last time you were
No,
before us.
Well, we sent it on. So we're hoping that the process moves. We follow up. We check. But it's in the system to move.
I know my Christian brother remains as a ping pong and going back and forth. We really need to address this issue. I think it's
Agreed.
unfair to him, and unfair to whoever might be in line to do that. I don't think that's fair at all. What's going on with Elizabeth Hanson Watley?
Well, she's still our assistant commissioner out of St. Croix. It's a personnel situation. There are conversations happening. Most of her time is spent with the Taxi Cab Commission. She's the acting chair now. But we are having conversations around effective use and what can happen. But it's a personnel matter.
Okay. In respect to vendors payment, where are you with your vendors payment?
Well, we're not where we want to be. I think we roughly have.
What do you owe in aggregate?
For vendors, 1.7 million-ish or so. And then if you add in our agencies, our marketing agency, a record, and our public relation agency, a record, probably another 4 million on top of that. So, we continue to press on the urgency to pay our vendor bills. Many of you in the room know that many of the vendors are local vendors out at St. Thomas Carnival, for example, waiting to be paid. So we're pressing, we're sending in information to get it paid, but we just one piece in the process.
So can you inform us of what seems to be the issue here? We're certainly chopping at the bits of all of the revenues that we see coming in, and the fact that we're up in some instances at 5.3% over FY 2022 numbers. What's happening in that space?
Yeah, so we actually met, Assistant Commissioner Henneman, myself, met with the leadership at Department of Finance on Friday to have a discussion about prioritizing our payments, understanding that our payment funding source is the TOF, not the general fund, as you just mentioned. Their response to us is that they understand and that they have a pool cash approach that they're using, and we continue to press on them to please allow for some of these funds in the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to be used to pay the expenses we have outstanding. So we probably talk to finance, I don't know, every day, especially around Tuesday and Thursday, which are the days they run the checks. Our hope is that it gets better sooner. And when I say better, meaning quicker pays, because we continually have to feel the calls, like I'm sure you do, as to why the payments aren't coming. So we are not exempt from getting the phone calls from people about their payments.
Almost close to $6 million is not a good look. I think that we really need to close the loop on this. Money brings in money, but we have to pay our bills. It's not a good look at all. Tell me a little bit about your KPI. What would you give yourself as a grade in terms of your mission statement? From where you sit as the Commissioner of Tourism, how do you feel when you evaluate your team in terms of productivity, in terms of service that you provide to this community? What grade would you give yourself?
I would give our team A-. I think we're doing an extremely great job. The numbers show it. All our metrics are up in terms of airlift in, cruise in, hotel occupancies up. I think even though we want to be perfect, we recognize we're human, right? So there always, one of the things you mentioned, Senator, in your opening was the performance and at the festivals. We know, Shamari and Ian could speak directly, that what happens out in front is not necessarily what's happening behind the scenes. So there's always a struggle. I think the other big thing you mentioned that would keep us from an A is that we haven't been paying timely. So that's a problem, because it's reflective on us for not paying people on time. I think thirdly, there's always room for improvement. Competition around us is tremendous from all our regional competitors, as well as competition from Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, which a lot of our people who travel to us go to.
Okay. Real quickly, as my time winds down, I wanted to get in a question in regards to St. John. Obviously, we have the events coming up this weekend. on St. John. We know of the situation with our Water and Power Authority and the lights going off there. Is there a contingency plan being put in place? Of course, I'm always at the eyes of looking at safety. Is there a contingency plan if in fact we're having some
Can I
issues?
ask Director Turnbull to answer that?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, we've actually had conversations with Vitima and WAPA with regards to this inquiry. I know that we sourced a generator.
Time.
Can I go? Yeah, we sourced. I know we had that conversation the last time, so we sourced a generator as a backup, just in case we have any power outages, at least for the booth owners and so forth to be able to conduct business.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear that mic work so good all day. When it comes time for Nobel Prizes, it seems like we get louder. That's the breaks us being Senate President. Thank you very much for your response. I'll certainly do a second round. No, I could catch on a second round. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to, okay, let me just ask a quick question. I see a Santi graph, that's usually his question, so let me just ask it. I know last fiscal year, there was an issue with your employees receiving their raises. Have they received their raises to date?
They have not.
No way. That can't be possible. We cannot be serious. We cannot be serious.
Let me revise the answer.
That cannot
So the union
be for
employees have
real.
received the increase, but the other staff has not. Let me ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman to speak to it directly. She's been very close to the process.
What?
Alani Henneman. We did execute all the raises for the union employees. They have received all their back pay for the past 2 years.
We got that last year. We heard
Yes.
that.
And then we have done all the paperwork. It's into Government House for the raises. The shutdown to the PRF system is why they haven't been executed to date. As I stand, the date where we went offline for PRFs due to budget was March 27th. And they haven't reopened. So we're sitting waiting to execute the raises. Because remember, we had to switch from 6069 to 6068, which made us have to do over all of the employees' PRFs in the system. So that was the one process. And then we had to wait now to get the raises on for the second process.
Well, I'm not sure why y'all had to switch to a lapsing account, because your account is non-lapsing. So that's part of the, these are the things that will create audit findings. As Commissioner Vochelta, you're a finance guy. So you know what is going to cause down the road when an audit is conducted. This does not make any sense. But in any event, how many employees are impacted?
23.
Are any of them sitting here with us?
Yes.
Yeah. This is not cool. I mean, we had this conversation before. Currently, I know you guys will do your own calculations, and we'll go back and look at the actual GL. But what is your calculation or your reconciliation of the balance in the TARF?
Yeah, so based on our roughly, because I don't have the numbers right in front of me. So roughly, the fiscal year started with somewhere around 100 million on paper in the TARF, and then once you took out the budget for Department of Tourism and the other pieces, the remaining amount was somewhere around 72 million that was available.
That's
again,
all right.
on paper. So we don't. One of the things I tell people, especially people that call about vendor payments and stuff, is Department of Tourism, we don't collect the money and we don't print the checks. So all we try to do is do our part to collect the invoices, verify that work was done, and submit them for payment. As you can imagine, as a department, that just read off the numbers that we have, we too are frustrated, right? Because we know the money is coming in.
So
we
the
too,
industry, not meaning to cut you off.
Yep.
So what is the number one industry in the territory?
well, based on our analysis, is tourism.
Right, and this is a challenge. So our number one industry is tourism. And now our tourism department are not paying their vendors. We are talking about building an economy. We are talking about expanding our tourism base. Like, these things don't align. So we have the bureaucrats, because I understand the bureaucratic side, because my background is finance as well, so I know, you can't spend this quad because I ain't gonna go out, right? However, we have to expand our horizon on what we're doing here with this tourism department, the work that tourism is responsible for doing. We cannot be in the box thinking when it comes to the responsibility of tourism and what it means to the citizenry overall of the Virgin Islands. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
So you are now not paying your vendors. Whether they be local or foreign, I don't know, but you have vendors that are not being paid. So now your credibility as the tourism department of the United States Virgin Islands is moving south very fast, because who's going to want to do business with you as it relates to just the overall promotion of this territory? This is not good. Some things you just don't meddle in. And if tourism is our industry, then we need to protect it at all costs. That's my position, and I stay with that position. Because if we are to lose that base, we could all soon done forget it. So I'm not sure what's happening here with all of this. Vendors not getting paid, we having $1 million, $2 million on it not being paid, etc. Not good. But one of the things that we can do on this side of the aisle, there is a hotel room, there is the hotel room tax, and there's the tourism revolving fund. And nothing prevents us from moving legislation that says that our hotel room tax must sit in its own bank account. And it no longer sits where it is commingled. And if the government has a need, because guess what? From time to time, we don't use, help me out, colleagues, we don't use the insurance guarantee fund to help us with balancing our budget. Then they come and they ask. You say, look, we're having a challenge, we're having revenue challenges, so we want to use X million dollars to balance the budget. But it can't be a open-ended situation. What we're doing here is very, very dangerous to the tourism industry. It's dangerous. What say you, Commissioner?
Well, I think, first off,
I ain't trying to get you in no trouble, but this is a problem.
we're part of the executive branch, right? So we understand that there's some struggle.
But we're part of the executive branch, but but while you're part of the executive branch, this is our territory, and tourism is our economic base. It's our lifeline.
No, we push every day. So we're going to continue to push to get these bills paid, because I agree with you from the standpoint that the marketing and promotional dollars are a big part of the reason why people come. I mean, I could tell you, we just came back from the Caribbean Tourism Organization meetings last week at Caribbean Week. I mean, the entire Caribbean is wide open, spending. The numbers they're spending in marketing right now are mind-boggling. And for us to continue to compete, we have to make sure that we're in the game.
Yeah, you have to be in the game. You can't talk the game and not be in the game. Senator Capehart? Sorry. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the Department of Tourism team. I want to first say happy St. John Carnival, wishing everyone a safe and prosperous carnival coming up. I wanted to ask one question, Commissioner. I'm not too sure if Port Authority or Tourism, you can answer this. I think some time back, I know that it was a proposal or it happened for a head tax for passengers passing through the Virgin Islands to then go to the BVI. Is there a head tax?
When you say head tax, you mean for airlines or for ferries?
For the passengers, through passengers, you get off the plane, so you go to the seaplane, you go on a boat to travel to the BVI. Is there a tax that Department of Tourism receives or Port Authority? I just want to know if that is in place.
Yeah, there is a tax that the Port Authority collects with ferry service between the USVI and BVI. But the Department of Tourism does not have any, we don't receive any of the funding.
Okay, so I know there's a tax, but what, I guess I'm going back from the 30th, it was discussion, I just didn't know. So I just wanted that clarification, thank you. On page 4 of your testimony, can we expect the increase of passenger arrivals on the island of St. Croix also?
Yes. And I could ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman to speak specifically to the numbers.
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. Just March and April's numbers show significant increase for St. Croix. Over 16,371 overnight guests for 2023. We see a growth in 2024 of 22,349. So that's a 27% growth for St. Croix for the month of March. And when you look at April, they're actually up 28%. The numbers for St. Croix were 56,600 for 23 and 78,489 for April in St. Croix. So we're seeing a trend even outside of the festival months where we've been monitoring increase.
Thank you. Commissioner, of the post-audit report under fiscal year 2025 budget summary, the last paragraph, it says, as of April 24, the department has another $7 million of prior year incumbents. Are the vendors for the territories, festivals, and carnival, are they going to be paid from that balance?
Let me ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman, but the short answer is no. But I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman to speak specifically to the $7 million.
Alan E. Henneman, the $7 million are encumbrances that have been held for a number of vendors. Some vendors, but the encumbrances that roll over are previous to this fiscal year. So we do have outstanding payments for vendors, and some may be in that $7 million, but it will be from the previous fiscal year.
I know my colleague talked about paying the vendors. I think we need to be able to make them whole, because when they render a service, they want payment. And I understand that this has been a long-standing issue when people come and do a service for the Department of Tourism that they are not getting paid on time. The 1 minute post-audit report and on professional service contract listings, you have a bid procedure for hotel development study. What's that study to address?
Yeah, so that bid study, so right now one of the reasons we have had, based on our conversations with developers and potential brands, is it's easier and cheaper to build hotels in other islands, as we
30
see
seconds.
development. So what we did is we hired a firm to come in to specifically analyze our economic development package, compare the labor costs under the U.S. flag and in the territory, and bring an apples-to-apples analysis. So when we speak to developers, a good example is a Sandals, right? To have the conversation with them as to, if you came and did business in the USVI, this is how the benefit package would level out against the higher employment costs in the USVI, the higher potential insurance costs versus what you can do in Jamaica or St. Vincent or St. Lucia?
Madam Chair, if I may conclude another contract question as it pertains to the Miles Partnership LLP of $5.5 million. What kind of services does Miles provide, and how long have they been established, and the number of employees on the chair's time? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can we answer? I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman to speak to the specs.
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. Miles is our marketing agency of record. That 5.5 is a 2-year contract, so the contract is actually about 2.4 something a year. What they do for the territory is mass market the territory, so every activation, every festival, they are the agency that assists the department with executing all of our events and promoting the destination. In terms of their employees, I can't give you the exact numbers. We do have 5 main people on the account, but every activation, for example, if we go to the Jets and we have to set up our parking lot activation, they bring in, underling staffers to come in and support us as well. So I can get you the detailed numbers of how many flex people they have on their account, but we do have 5 main employees under Miles.
And just for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, you could provide that information.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, of the, did you say 6 million? Did you, what was that $7 million number? What
The
was it about?
encumbrances.
Okay,
7 million for the encumbrances.
So what's the life of those encumbrances? Meaning, are they over how many fiscal years?
Because of our transfer from 6069 to 6068, all of our encumbrances are between fiscal year 23 and 24. We don't have any outstanding POs from other fiscal years that we can use.
Okay, that's good. Because truth be told, those encumbrances would have been tied to what? Contracts, or what are they tied to?
Most of the department's POs, existing POs, are tied to contracts or marketing campaigns.
Okay,
For
good.
example, St. Croix Hotel promotion.
Okay, so this has been the challenge, and it's not so bad for you because you have in the past, but it's catching up to you now because of what happened. But if you have a promotional contract for $5 million, right? For 5 years, whatever that amount is for that year is what you should be encumbering for that year. But what's been happening, and this is unique, this is not unique to you. This is unique to the territory, all these departments and agencies. We should not be encumbering contracts in that manner. But I know why it's been happening, because our Department of Property and Procurement is saying to you, in order for us to let this contract, you got to show and prove that you have the available funding. However, as the years go by, and this is not necessarily for tourism, but it is now for you because you know on 669, right? 60698. So now that you move to 68 is a problem because you are a special fund and you had the resources. But 6069 is actually a lapsing approach.
68.
So now it creates 68. So that's creating an issue. But you shouldn't encumber your funds over each year of that contract. So every fiscal year, whatever that amount is as tied to that contract, that's what you should be encumbering. Now we gotta go back and look at why this is 6068, because the law is clear and the government, the executive branch, should not be operating outside of the law. And as this is presented, that's what's happening now. So I don't know how to get his due, but this should not be happening. So we're going to dig down deeper into this. Last fiscal year was a whole lot of drama. I mean, in the opening of this fiscal year, but we have the opportunity now to look at this. And we're going to have a deep dive conversation with the Commissioner of Finance, because the Commissioner of Finance should know better. Based on the law, he has to follow the law in setting up the accounts. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but we got to run this government the right way. If we pass a law, our law stands until it's changed. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. I'm just asking to beg for my colleagues to indulge Senator Gittins as he has to leave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to the team. Let me start on a good level first and say thank you for all that you are doing, especially with the increase you had to do with the increased airlifts we've seen coming into St. Croix, right?
Correct.
So, because once upon a time, we were just American and the other little flights. Now we're seeing Delta, we're seeing JetBlue, we're seeing Frontier. I ask that you all continue on that trend so that we can not just have it 1 day a week or 2 day a week and whatnot, because that also helps to not fill the seats, because they ain't coming often enough, and then next thing you know, they pull out. But whatever you're doing to that end, I ask you to please keep it up. At the same time, what is the tourism presence at the St. Croix Airport? You're talking about increased passengers by cruise ship and airlifts, but where is the tourism presence on St. Croix? And I'm asking this because, you know, and I think I'm qualified to talk about this, hailing from parents and grandparents coming from St. Croix, St. Thomas, and the BVI. So this ain't about St. Croix, or St. Thomas. But why such disparity between the two districts? It is clear when I get on the St. Thomas Airport that there's a tourism presence. What is going on St. Croix?
Senator, we are going to reintroduce entertainment at the Hera Airport. We also are bringing back entertainment at the cruise port in Frederiksted.
When?
Well, hopefully, I could ask Mr. Haynes to speak to it. He's spearheading it.
Mr. Haynes, you know, I really want to thing, right? But Mr. Haynes ain't getting paid. He ain't get his thing yet. So let me hear it from those of you who getting paid.
Well, I mean, I could answer it. I mean, I could always answer the questions, right? But I think it's good for the voice who's running it to hear it. But we are bringing them back. We have an issue right now with payment with the lead vendor that did the entertainment. So his bills are in there, or his company's bills are in there to be paid. Of course, because we had not paid the bills, they stopped working.
Okay, so you can't tell me when yet. We're going to have the conversation offline.
Okay.
Let's move to the next. St. Croix positions. How many positions you have on St. Croix?
Can I ask?
Funded positions.
Judge Jamelia Christopher, Director of Administration and Management.
How are you doing?
Good.
Great.
So right now, I don't have the exact number. I don't have the exact number of how many positions are funded in St. Croix.
So how many people?
we have,
Stop. How many employees active you have now on St. Croix?
So we have 5 employees on St. Croix.
5 to include a assistant commissioner and an acting deputy commissioner?
That's correct.
What are the other 3 positions?
The other 3 positions, we have a senior information officer.
Senior information officer.
We have also a a marketing coordinator. And we have an administrative assistant.
Okay, and so tourism is about St. Thomas or about the USVI?
USVI.
It's about the U.S. Virgin Islands.
It's the USVI.
So what are we going to do to beef up the St. Croix office.
Yeah, we have submitted to Government House. I want to say off the top of my head, I know at least 4 positions in St. Croix that are up. Paperwork onboarding process has begun. We have already interviewed the people. They're ready to come on board. As soon as we get the positions approved, they're ready to come in and fill the positions.
And no disrespect to you, it comes from every cabinet member that come here and sit down. What really sickens me is that it seems like Government House is the HR at this government. Every time we ask about a vacancy, something got to go to Government House. I don't understand why Government House have to approve all these hires. I mean, Government House will approve a commissioner level, exempt position level, but I don't understand this. We really need to bring the authority back into the agencies. You say you have 18 funded vacancies.
That's correct.
Where are these vacancies?
So we have,
Just tell me the numbers. St. Croix and St. Thomas.
so we have 7 out of St. Croix.
7 on St. Croix.
30 seconds.
And so that would mean you got 11 vacancies on St. Thomas.
That's correct.
How many employees now you have on St. Thomas?
So the total employees on St. Thomas currently is 14.
14 on St. Thomas and 5 on St. Croix. I would say 3 because I ain't counting the assistant commissioner and the acting deputy commissioner. Greeters, so you said you're working to bring them back. So this is both at the port and at the airport.
Correct.
At the seaport and okay. Can you give us, if I may conclude here, can you give us a detailed accounting of the spending from your tourism revolving fund? Specifically to the Toronto Caribbean Carnival, the One Music Festival, the Uber Soca Cruise, the New York Jets, the Chicago Cubs, and the Boston Red Sox activations.
Yeah, we could send them to you, Senator. Several of these are competitive, right? So our partnership deals, we sign agreements because they're competitive.
Kindly submit that to us.
Okay.
And then in closing here, Division of Festivals, are there any outstanding payments to greeters? Obviously, the answer is yes, based on what the commissioner just stated, right?
No, the Division of Festival doesn't pay greeters.
Okay, so.
But we do have outstanding payments to greeters. We try to get them done. Right now we have 2 to 4 weeks in the system to be paid. But they're in the system to be paid. So we have been doing a better job with the greeters, but there's still a lag between when they actually submit their weekly payroll slips and when they get paid.
And this both St. Croix and St. Thomas?
Correct, both.
Okay, and that's something else. I'll talk to you offline again.
Okay.
And so Division of Festivals, any outstanding payments for Off Island entertainers?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
What about local entertainers?
No. If they have not been paid, it's because it's in ERP. We have processed everything.
No, you didn't give me a right answer. I want to be clear. Any outstanding payments to off-island entertainers, to your knowledge? Off-island?
No.
How about locals now? Our own?
Local artists have been paid. If there is a local artist that...
You keep telling me if there is. Are they paid or you're not sure if all are paid? Because if you're telling me if they're not, then there's a...
The reason why I'm saying that, Senator, is because some of these artists have been paid through the ERP system. We have recently started transferring from paying them via the ERP system because we too agree with what you're saying here now, that they should be paid immediately. And so moving forward, that is what we have been doing, but there are some that are still in the ERP system to be paid.
Well, I'm glad you're going where I'm going, because I'm also wondering why they pay differently. If these folks can come from outside and make their demand to get half or a percentage up front, and then you have to pay me again before I leave the hotel where you're done paying for me, before I get down there to get on stage, why is it our local entertainers are having such a hard time later on to get paid? And I'm asking this because I noticed that there was a big advertisement for boat race on St. John. They had no boat race. And they're saying because they didn't get paid for the St. Thomas race.
Yeah, yes, Senator, those are very valid points, and we have moved to correct them because we too saw the imbalance. So what happened before is if you were a local vendor and you were in the system, the ERP, to get paid through the system, the invoice would come in, we would submit them. The challenge was they weren't getting paid quickly. On the other side, per how the law was set up and the structure was set up, it allowed us to pay through our third-party vendor to pay the outside artists because you have to wire them the monies. What we have done now since last year's conversation with this body, we have converted now to pay all of the artists that we book for the festival directly through the third-party vendor. So it still allows for the proper accounting in the government system because we have to submit all the bills for the local vendors. So that problem that you mentioned before, we shouldn't see anymore if the vendors, the artists themselves send in the information with the contract on time, we shouldn't see that problem. So what we have been doing now is paying them directly. So they get the money wired just like everybody else. So that was a correction we did. And that had a lot to do with conversation like we're having now with you. We accepted it as a shortfall and we fixed it. So we don't have that now. Now what you may be driving up with Ian, and it could be a point that we need to research, is were there other artists in the past that submitted invoice that's in for processing that have not been paid because they're in that deluge of the 1.7 million? We have to go back and check. But because they submitted an invoice for payment for that particular gig, we can't pay them out of this new system. We have to wait for that system and invoice to clear. So we'll go back and check for that to make sure that that is set.
Bureaucracy. But in any case, thank you for your responses, and let's make sure that our local entertainers are able to be paid. And I like the idea of you closing in the Festival Village or the Carnival Village. I saw that you all closed it in. I was able to collect for the Queen show. We should have been collecting for these big music fest shows as well. You don't have to charge for local, when you have local entertainment and whatnot, but these big time entertainers, what we're bringing in, we need to be able to charge some of this and pay our local people when they come to provide the entertainment. But again, thank you all so much. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, for your indulgence.
10 minutes. So there's a Fig Newton joke on the floor. My colleague brings Fig Newtons for time. Oh, Lord. You're going to make light favor out of this. You have to make light favor.
Oh, we didn't get any.
So y'all are having conversation. You know, the thing here is, my colleague from Frederiksted, they want to bring the Fig Newton. He shared that they didn't have boat races because the vendors weren't paid the last time. The last thing we want anybody to believe today, that this has anything to do with you. Did you put the transactions in the system?
Yeah, you want to speak to the boat race?
Are they in the system?
So we actually did make a payment recently to them for that prior payment. We paid 50% of it.
50%. You know what I find when people are coming to testify? I think they don't hear what they want to hear. Did you make the payment for the last?
No, we did not.
Yeah.
No, we did not.
The St. Thomas Carnival. Did you make the payment? No, right?
No.
And did you put it into the system for payment? Is it in the pipeline and held up in the pipeline?
Yes, it's in the pipeline to be paid, yes.
So that was my point. So I'm trying to make sure that we all understand that this isn't tourism, pay me. This is, you cannot get your checks out of the system. While you do have, your revenues are showing exponential growth. You still can't get your payments. And that's a challenge for all of us. And we're going to have to figure this out. We got to figure this out before September. This cannot continue. It's not good. Everywhere you go, you're hearing the same conversation about this tourism thing. And it's not only the artists. everybody that come to work need to get paid because y'all have the money. So if we need to say in this fiscal year we gonna get a reconciliation done. Even a line item don't work. If we need to say that we are going to loan the central government 10 cents, so they can handle their business, so they don't have free carte blanche of all of this tourism money, then that's what we have to do. But what's happening here cannot continue. We do it with the Insurance Guarantee Fund. Nothing prevents us from doing it here with the TAF. Okay? All right. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Senator, I think the next person was Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Tourism, this division is definitely a A. The sea trade presentation, awesome. We got Trunk Bay, #1 beach in the wall. #1 trending summer destinations. I got a couple questions for Mr. Ian Thornbull, Director of Festivals. So I try and figure out this now. Oh, first of all, I gotta say, you owe us a day for Carnival because that Friday when it rained out, right? Let me tell you, Papa, I was looking forward to going in that village drinking some juice that night, you hear? So you owe us, yes. Okay, but I want to ask you a question here, a serious question. The village open what day?
So the Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals, the official opening day for St. Thomas Carnival Village, named after Malvern, was Monday, April 29th. Yeah, that was the official opening day. But the 2 or 3 days prior, we had events in the village.
Okay. Because, I looking at it from a different, because, I gonna tell you, right, this carnival was the best ever. This was the best ever. And the amount of tourists, you document the amount of people that come in here. It was a win, 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 win. So what prevents us from opening the village from the Saturday that weekend? Is there anything that prevents us from opening the village so we have 2 more days?
Well,
go from the Saturday to the Saturday. What's preventing that?
Good day, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. It was opened. So you had Calypso Monarch in the village on the Saturday. On the Friday, you actually had Tyler's Derby, a kid-friendly event. And then on the Sunday, you had Panorama. So those 3 nights, definitely the vendors were able to, make money. And it definitely had people there. So it's just... Officially, yes. The opening night was Monday.
Because, the officially, they make a difference. Some people don't go there until it's officially open, Because, of course, we know you could go by, from time the booth set up. As a matter of fact, some of them done selling. I don't know if they can, but ain't nothing wrong with that. But look at that date when you officially open a village because, people coming in and people coming in from days before, So, okay, good. I wanna ask you something here, right? That happens, right? Say I own a bar, right? And the parade route coming down Main Street, right? But, I got a bar, I'm selling liquor, and I got a restaurant. How much feet do I have to be away from that parade route for me to be able to go down and sell there, or I have to get a new license? What's the procedure? I run in a bar, this person running a bar, not me, but a person running a bar for 10, 20 years, but they ain't on the parade route. Why can't they sell? You got mom and pop people all over the place selling liquor. Why can't they sell?
So So let's just do a hypothetical double play, right? I don't frequent there at all, but I know about the bar.
Yeah, I know it too. Yeah, I get a couple juice there.
Right, me as well.
Yeah.
But with double play, they're right along the parade route.
Yeah.
So technically, in front of their establishment, right in front of their establishment, they're able to sell if they have a tent and they want to put it out there. Once they have all of their permitting from DLCA and the other agencies, they're fine. The individuals who have to go through a permitting, that special permitting, is for people who do not have a storefront and they're just a vendor. So yes, to answer your question, they would have to stay in front of their storefront, but they cannot go from beyond their storefront to go and try to sell. And if they were to do that, they would have to then come into Division of Festivals, apply for our vendor permit, and then do the necessary procedure with Department of Health, DLCA.
Okay, but you see, I don't want to interrupt you, but they already have a business license. They already permitted. They've already been inspected. Why can't you simplify? They are selling liquor. They are licensed and they're inspected. The fire, they got the extinguisher, they got everything. Look, and specifically in the market square, right? Because that's where the complaints from. They got a whole bunch of bars in the market square. And what happens, right? And they're complaining. What they do is they are providing bathroom services for the people in the parade. The people in the parade coming and using their bathrooms, okay, and they're not getting to sell the liquor. So the vendor that on the parade route ain't providing no bathroom services, but the people them all the way up Savannah and thing, the people using their bathroom, but they ain't buying the liquor. So it's kind of unfair that your license, I mean, not unfair, but try to see if you could work it out, make it a little bit easier. One quick thing I wanted to go here now. So the C-Trade presentation. Madam Chair, can I just finish? Okay, the C-Trade presentation, right? And this is just a suggestion, right? The Moko Jumbi and the steel pan is great, right? But you know what I'd like to see in the next C-Trade? Some limbo. Put a little limbo papa where they going under the stick. I think they're going to draw a whole bunch of people papa. That limbo. So try to look at that, see if we get some limbo. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Okay, let's get back to the budget numbers here, buddy. Because let's get back to the budget. So this year, who next up? Let me go to the next person and then let me look at this stuff. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. Before I get into my questions, I just want to let y'all know you will not be doing any survey for Fish and Fungi. We solved that yesterday. And as we speak about surveys, I saw last year in the FY 2024, well, not last year, in the current budget that we're experiencing, and with today's budget that we're discussing, I saw where there's a difference between the offshore activities unit. It is no longer, well, it's not in the FY 2025 budget. Why not?
Yeah, well, it is in the budget, but we have, in the past, the offshore, there was a physical offshore office in the Department of Tourism. So years ago, they moved away from the physical office, and we had two full-time employees. Now we have one full-time employee that works remotely, and then we have a series of offshore salespeople that are funded through contracts that we have. So we have somebody in Atlanta, we have somebody in LA, we have two people in LA, we have somebody.
So what's the funding source for the offshore activities? Because in the post-audit report,
right,
page 8, it says the offshore activities division is not expected to receive any of the department's tourism advertising revolving fund budget for fiscal year 2025. So I want to know if it's
Correct. So it's funded through the tourism advertising revolving fund. I actually spoke to the post auditor. I mentioned it to him before that we're going to sit to just give him the information he needs. But it is funded, and we do have offshore salespeople working out of the office. But I mentioned it to him before we started today.
And how are you measuring the effectiveness of the offshore activities division? Because it speaks to promoting the United States Virgin Islands as an upscale, year-round destination, blah, 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 travel agents, wholesalers, tour operators. How are you measuring the effectiveness of that division?
Yeah, I'd like Assistant Commissioner Henneman to answer.
Assistant Commissioner Henneman, the offshore is a part of our KPI metrics. We measure based on the contracted ones have a number of sales calls they have to do every month, excuse me. And then we also have in-market activities that they have to conduct and bring back their contacts from that. And then we also have what is called the USVI Travel Agent University, where we do a level of training for agents throughout the U.S. And that is also a benchmark for them as well.
Thank you for placing that on the record, because that is a very important unit. Even though it might have a small budget, it is a very effective unit. And as you can see here with the KPIs, everything has increased significantly. So salute to the team. Continue to do your due diligence as you do business with those individuals in that unit. And as far as acting director of sales, I saw where it is vacant. Can someone just explain to me when last this position was occupied?
Within the last 12 months, the position was occupied. We are actually trying to fill it right now.
And what are the focus areas for the director of sales?
The focus areas are to oversee the sales team, ensure that they are meeting the requirements per their contracts, i.e. number of calls, number of actual bookings that come through. The director of sales also has a portfolio.
So in the interim, while you're trying to fill that vacancy, who is filling that void in the department?
Well, we have Assistant Commissioner Henneman is directly involved in the overseeing of the particular area. And then we have a senior salesperson who has been leading the weekly or bi-weekly staff meetings with our sales reps to ensure that they are doing what is required by contract.
And I saw where you have 2 vacancies for director
30 seconds.
of visitor experience.
Correct.
How long those 2 vacancies have been vacant?
Well, one has been a little over 2 years.
And in which district?
St. Croix has been over a little over 2 years.
Both of them?
No, one is St. Thomas, St. John, and the St. Thomas, St. John position has been vacant for under a year. You want to speak?
That shouldn't be hard to fill, so.
No.
Hopefully you get that filled by the end of the year.
Senator James, Jamelia Christopher. So we're currently filling the St. Croix position through the onboarding process for the Director of Visitors Experience.
Time.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, if I can just ask one last question. The Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute, I think that's the name, Virgin Islands Cultural Institute. It was established to preserve, promote, revitalize, and disseminate Virgin Islands culture, and the list goes on. I know it's up to Government House, but we need to get that funded. We need to get it operated. Can somebody just elaborate? And that would be the end of my questioning.
Yeah, let me just try to answer that for you, Joe Bisholti, Commissioner. We have been in conversations with Government House. We were down the path to fill the position, and then we understood that the board of this same institute has to have some say in the position. And I think that they're still trying to fill the board positions. So that's why we sort of pull back. We agree that it's an important position, particularly as we move in a tourism direction to highlight our tourism heritage and culture. So it's an asset for us to have that filled. So we will definitely follow up with Government House, specifically on the movements on the board. And then hopefully we can have that position filled.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I'm all for partying and having a good time, but the reason we are partying and celebrating is to promote our culture on our history, not just locally, but to the entire world. And we need to make sure that is funded. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. As far as feedback and suggestions, I know during COVID-19, we had an influx of visitors. We saw where we had the emails and the names of individuals coming in. What you do with that data, is it something you can revisit, thank Virgin Islands for coming, thank individuals for coming to the Virgin Islands, send a follow-up, that follow-up. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, we actually use all of that data. So one of the important pieces for us during COVID was when we actually had the portal. So the portal gave us access to information of where people were coming from, ages, demographics in terms of race, and we have that information. So we have, but we can't, because it was brought in through HIPAA laws, we can't just openly solicit to them. So what we do is we have converted some of that information into an email monthly that we send out, and then we get people, when they visit the website, can activate for information. So we've been doing that. So right now we send out roughly 300,000 plus emails to people who have come into the territory. And actually one of the things that we're doing right now for fiscal 25 is finding a way that we can allow for voluntary filling out of some form when they come into the territory to gather this information. So some of our competition right now do use these filling out forms to come into the country, so to speak. And it's not necessarily for immigration and customs. It is for somewhat because that's how they do it, but it's really to gather information for the market inside so you can continue to market to the people.
Thank you to your entire team. Keep your head up. Don't worry about the distractions. Nowhere in the world better than the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And I have to agree with you on that. All right, let's get back to the numbers quick. So under the recommendations that came down to the legislature for your overall operational expenses, there is an increase of $767,000. That's a 30% increase.
Personnel, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
So is this inclusive of your filled and vacant positions?
Sorry, Jamelia Miller-Christopher. Yes, that is correct.
And is it inclusive of the salary increases that's associated with the employees that we talked about last June?
That is correct.
And it wasn't a lot of money. If my memory serves me correct, it weighed more than $43,000. It was some way around that number. It wasn't a lot of money. I don't understand why we can't give the employees that money. It was not a lot of money. I getting punished for behaving bad or something? I don't understand that. You have, so you have an increase in all of your categories with the exception of other services and charges. That shows $1 million decrease, 4% lower than last fiscal year. Now, I know that the bulk of your work and the advertising and all of that stuff is in that number. So you guys will have to get back to us to let us know what is your ideal number here.
Well, yes, Senator, I think that's a good point. What we have been trying to do is manage the realities of the process. So every month we know that, for example, our utility bills come due, phone bills come due, and we make sure that we put those in to make sure they get paid and on time so the services doesn't get cut. Mm-hmm. But there have been other services that come up that we sort of have been not as aggressively in filling. An example would be a potential cleaning contract or a potential contract with regards to the AV services, air conditioned services, because we know that we are trying to get these bills caught up. So when we looked at the budget for 2025, the team decided to look and see, okay, where can we have some flexibility in terms of budgeting that if we have to fill these, and what we have found to be a little more efficient than to budget, and we have to do the service, then submit a justification letter to allow for faster payment to get these done. So that's why you would see a drop
Just
off.
release a letter for faster payment.
We
People
tried.
do work, they got to get paid.
Agreed, but I think what we found is if they come in and they move through the process, especially for emergency needs, like for example right now, Shamari probably could speak to our AC going down in the Frederickson office that we have to fix and we have to go through the process. So we have to send in, as opposed to having the monies budgeted for maintenance and not necessarily execute quickly. We feel pretty good if we have to get an air condition fixed that they generally move quicker to pay. Quicker.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. So I see that your utilities have increased as well by some 35%. So just what we will need for you to send us back, I think your information is pretty straightforward, but we did provide you with a post-audit report.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to look at the post-audit report and particularly page 6 to determine whether or not these numbers are suffice, because particularly in the personnel categories and your other services, we have to make sure that we are not meeting the needs of our tourism department. Okay? And then something else that's troubling. I know that we are approaching the fourth quarter. Are we in the fourth quarter?
Third.
Next
Next month.
month, in the next couple of days, right? But my report here says that you have, so that you have only received $11 million of your general fund, of your 24 appropriations.
No, we've received more than that. I want to say off the top of my head, maybe 24 million, 25 million.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you
we
received,
have.
okay.
Yeah, we have.
All right, good. And then you have, do you know what your prior year encumbrances total?
Right now, I believe it's somewhere around $7 million. We had a conversation with Department of Finance on Friday. One of the things we agreed to is a conversation to have a reconciliation conversation specifically about that, because we just want to make sure that we are capturing the right ones. I think one of the things you mentioned, Senator, before, which is a concern for us, is the contracts, right? So like our marketing agency contract, it rolls several years. So our concern is if the process has been to book the contract value per fiscal year through the Department of Property and Procurement, and if the process changes, we have to make sure that it doesn't change with regards to the paperwork. So for example, if you roll off the PO and you guys start a whole new contract process, right, we have to talk to the vendor.
You don't roll off the PO.
But that's one of the things we're trying to get clarity on in terms of our ability to make sure these things hold.
Well, I don't see it as rolling off the PO, because if the contract is still a living contract, then if you cancel those PO, then you re-up the PO for this particular fiscal year. So you submit your contract in a system saying this is the amount that you're projecting to pay out in that fiscal year. I think that would be the best way to do it, but the issue here is y'all operating on this non-lapsing approach, which I don't know how to respond to that right now. I don't know how that has to be worked out, and there's a commitment on this end for us to really sit and figure this out, because again, the legislature created the hotel tax. The legislature created the TAR fund for specific purposes. And when we see that these purposes are not being lived out or adhered to, we have to get involved. We have to understand, whatever other issues there is, I could deal with those. But we need to stay focused on why we establish a tourism revolving fund and why we establish a Department of Tourism. Okay? So that's important to us. So, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information. Please recognize Senator Fonseca's mic.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bushelta, I want to ask you about the air passenger arrivals. So you say you're on target to surpass the 827,000 arrivals in 2021. Okay, so I want to ask you about the British Virgin Islands, right? Because I know earlier my colleague from St. Croix asked you about that. Okay, Does the British Virgin Islands have a airport that flies to the United States currently?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what is the reason why we get so much passengers that come here to our airport, but they're going to the British? I mean, we are benefiting from it, and I'm sure you must have a number. But what is the reason?
Well, we have into St. Thomas Airport, we have tremendous lift from up and down the eastern seaboard to the Midwest into Texas. So the easier ways to get to St. Thomas. The British Virgin Islands have their own well-run tourism product as well. And before they started having direct flights last year from Beef Island Airport to Miami on American Airlines, all of the traffic that came in pretty much came in commercial came through St. Thomas. They have on certain days 2 or 3 flights in the season or not. The aircraft that flies in is 70 seats, right? So it's not a big jet because the airport runway is not that big. But for us, we didn't lose any of our lift because they opened up the airport. So, we see it as a complement. It varies on how many people go up to the BVI through the airport. One of the things it does for us is it keeps our flights full, which keeps the airlines keeping the flights going. So a good example is the month of May that we had, and even June. Some of the weeks we've had in the last 6 or 8 weeks have been the best weeks we've seen in the history of the territory, right? And a lot of that is ours too. And the BVI still has people going up there too. So the ferries, I haven't been in a ferry going up to BVI in a while, but I do see the taxis dropping off at Edwin Blyden Center and at other Red Hook. So people are making it run, but it's not, they don't bring in, the people that come into our airports are not a majority going to the BVI. It's a majority staying in between St. Thomas and St. John that come to this airport.
Do you see any time in the near future we could be in danger of losing that?
No.
No? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to Commissioner's team. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Commissioner, I got through this entire package beyond what you read, and it's very uplifting. It's very uplifting. And I can see on the island of St. Croix cruise ships. I can see passengers by airport. I tell people I'm passionate about my people. And when I see people ain't getting paid, it don't go well with me. I ran my own little business, and even when I don't get paid from my customers, I make sure my people get paid. And it hurts me a lot. And I am a betting man, and I knew that Shamari Haynes was one of those guys that are not being paid and didn't get that raise. Shamari, you're the Deputy Commissioner. You're the Director of Festival. And I'm quite sure you're the Office Manager in Frederiksted. And I'm quite sure you're the Director of the Visitor Experience. I say all of this to say, my good governor like to say when he's done with his statement, I love you. When you're telling your people that you love them, you got to show them. Telling your wife you love her and ain't showing that don't means nothing. And telling our people every day that you love them, and you guys are bringing in money, you can't get to pay the people, the governor can go wherever you want. And it makes me to think that you guys don't have a good relation with Government House. That's the only thing I could think. I worked in Government House. And I knew when the governor said he wants something, it got done. So Governor and your people who are listening, take care of these people. They're working, they're producing, and you don't get blows for it. I don't chop blows on you for it all the time. Me afraid to say. Because I really want to see my people get treated right. I look for the smallest man and make sure that you get treated right. And this ain't right what's happening to our people. I appreciate to see the airlift on St. Croix, and what my conversation with it is, how do we get the morning flight with American Airlines back in track? Because we got 2 flights back-to-back in the afternoon that's really causing a clog, and it's not benefiting us as much as it can. how do we get that flight back in place?
Yes, Senator, that's a good. We bring that up to American Airlines every time we meet with them, and their response has been it's under consideration, at least in St. Croix. It's not for the St. Thomas in the near future. The conversations we had were more around making sure we get the 2 flights in and holding them. We still are pushing for we still have the 2 flights right now. We're still pushing through that. We have the conversation all the time. The one big difference with it is for most of the leisure guests, that overnight flight or the RAM is difficult because unless you're coming from the West Coast, travelers feel they lose a day by coming in the night and then having to still pay in a hotel. We believe that it's still on the table for St. Croix because they have talked about it and it does well. That St. Croix overnight flight does well because the mix of travelers between St. Croix and the mainland is different than the mix of travelers from St. Thomas. So St. Thomas has over 80% leisure guests on average flying out. St. Croix is more like a 50-50 mix between resident business and leisure guests. So that's why the RAM holds better because the local people really help carry that one, make it better. So we do have it conversations, and we are going to push again when we meet with them in a couple of months.
I see there's a notable difference in services and charges from FY 2023 to 2025, from $60,000 to $28,000. That's a significant difference. What's the cause of such a difference?
Alan, you want to speak to that?
Yes, Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, speaking directly to the budget for fiscal 23.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me break down the numbers.
Time is of essence.
Yes. For fiscal year 21 and 22,
30 seconds.
because we were under COVID, we were allowed by Department of Property and Procurement to hold marketing funds for those 2 fiscal years where we did not market, knowing that we would ramp up for fiscal year 23. So the numbers you see in fiscal 23 shows a carry forward of 15 million. And then when the system was closing over to the new year, we had a little over 13 million in pending payments. So that means we had payments in the system waiting to be processed that transition from fiscal 22 into fiscal 23. And on top of that, we had rolled forward payments of a little over 9 million.
Madam, I got about 2 more questions. Festival in St. Croix finished in January. And we have a lot of vendors that have not been paid, and we finished Carnival, getting ready to go to a festival. Anybody have any idea when these folks gonna get paid?
Well, Senator, I think that's a concern to us too. So we continually have conversations with Shamari, Ian, Halva, Leona about making sure, one, the invoices come in. So some of these delays are not always on tourism, right? Some of the vendors sometimes are late submitting invoices. The second thing we try to do is ensure that we can pay as many of the vendors that we can pay through the third party. So that's been one of the things we sent in. I expanded list to the property and procurement, outlining the expectations, and that has worked better because once we get the money, then we put it and then they pay them directly, and we still reconcile. I think what we are finding is that the lag is in payments that were in before that we're still trying to catch up on. So one of our conversations with the Department of Finance on just Friday was to have a reconciliation session to go through some of these same vendors you're speaking about. So we have the list and we know who's on it, and they're into finance to pay. We just have to tell them, have the conversation with them is how do we get a process to pay X number a week till we get caught up.
5 months is a long time for a man to wait to get paid. That's a real long time. My final question, I don't know if you'll have the answer, at least for right now, is we spoke about this luxury ship in Gallows Bay and the dredging of that area. Have any idea when that's going to happen, if it's in the plan?
And this is me speaking just from my knowledge through my seat on the Port Authority board, because that's a VI Port Authority led driven. It's still in Army Corps of Engineers. I know that the port continues to push for the approval of the permit. What I can tell you from my relationships in the cruise ship business, there will be a demand for that luxury type port once up and running and set up. St. Croix has been doing extremely well in terms of anticipation of arrivals as the ships going into Frederiksted. And that same kind of momentum is happening for the smaller ships. So the conversation is in, but as you know, Senator, nothing can happen without a permit. So I'll definitely express word to Executive Director Dow next week or this week to just ask for an update and that they continue to push. I know he's been pushing. The challenge when some of these things go in front of federal agencies really is out of our control.
And if I may, this is the big elephant, because everybody continue hearing about this $10 million to jets. Yes or no?
No, not even close. Not even close.
Well, I wanted to get it out.
No.
Because I think you guys have heard just as much as I've heard.
Yeah, we've heard. I mean, I think that, and I really don't even know how the number got there. I do know that some of the partnerships that Jets have are valued at over 10 million, but ours is not. Our deal is a good deal, and Senator Gideon said we'll send in some information because we can't disclose it publicly.
I understand
But we'll send it in. It's nowhere near that amount. And if we will actually send it to the Senate so you could see the ROI and the investment so far has been very good for us.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm
we will
very
definitely
pleased
send
to
it.
hear
Yeah,
that.
it's nowhere close to that.
Because, that's the big talk. And, sometimes you have to dismay these things as fast as you can because a snowball will just get bigger as you go down the hill.
Agreed.
I really thank you guys for all your efforts and what you're doing, but I just don't sit well with people not being paid. I really don't. When I work in correctional close on this, I had 1 year under the Turnbull administration that didn't pay. I didn't go work till they pay me. Honestly, I stayed home until they pay. I don't go work if you ain't paying me. And when I had my jobs, if people ain't pay, they could keep that money and I got to make money. And we have to be very mindful that one day these local people, that we have our people, they're going to just boycott your festival, carnival or festival. Because people are hurting. And you can't, people owe $45,000 5 months ago. That don't sit right. All right? Thank you guys for all what you do.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson, please do not come to the next meeting without your fig Newtons because you were talking for 15 minutes. Okay. I think we've heard the concerns and we have advocated to ensure our vendors don't get paid. But we have to take it a step further. So we're going to make a commitment to have a conversation. We have to have a behind-the-scenes discussion with finance so you can understand exactly what the issues are. Commissioner Mahogany Run, you boast about our overnight guests, and Mahogany Run has been down for all of 7 or 8 years. And I'm concerned that every Caribbean island has a golf course, and this district currently does not have one, this island. And I'm further concerned that if we are going to continue to compete with these Caribbean islands, we cannot afford to lose the golf course in St. Thomas. I'm further concerned that based on our footprint in this district, or in St. Thomas in particular, if we were to lose Mahogany Run, I don't know where else we would put a golf course in St. Thomas. We have built, I'm further concerned, that we have promoted the New West Inn, which is now, I consider it a high-end hotel. And we know what type of tourists high-end hotels bring. So people are not going to continue to come to our product if we don't make sure that we are improving this product. So I've been having conversations about this situation with regards to the Mahogany Run issue, which is very concerning to me, because I'm the last person that want to know that under my time serving in the institution, when I sit in my rocking chair, 30, 20 years from now, that we've lost that product. And then the children, the future generation of Virgin Islanders, let me put it that way, will look back and say that we didn't do anything. It may seem like a small issue, but it's huge for us. So what is it that tourism, what conversations, what is it that's happening behind the scenes? I've had numerous discussions with the governor regarding this. I thought that we were breaking the ice a few weeks ago, and the conversation gone dead silent. It's like a cold case. What's up?
Yeah, well, I could tell you, I've been involved in several conversations with prospective buyers for the Mahogany Run product, for the Mahogany Run property, excuse me. A couple of them, you know, at least in my conversations as the tourism head, were close to third base, and then, like you mentioned, then they just drop off. So it's almost like the person get tagged out going into third base and then start over and no better. I believe that there is, from an overarching tourism product standpoint, the golf course is an important piece, particularly for meetings and conventions and luxury travelers. They like to have the option, whether or not they golf is a separate thing, but they ask the question, and if they have a golf course, it helps you. I think the second thing for us is the realities of having that to offer, as we have the Westin, as you mentioned now, 500 rooms, potential to bring bigger conferences now, and that is that we know we've been eliminated from some secondary conversations, because when they ask the question, do you have a golf course? No. Now, we do know we have two on St. Croix that we do try to move business to, and to continue to have that. The challenge with St. Croix, from a meetings and convention standpoint, the hotel size is not that big. So you have to do multiple hotels to get to 500 rooms, whereas you have the Westin here with 501 property. I'm hopeful that the conversations are happening, because the conversations are happening in the right rooms. So the governor, I know, is aware of conversations. People asked us up to a couple of weeks ago about the Mahogany Run project. The issue, I think, is still around the pricing of the property itself, and now the work that has to be done. So I know that some high officials in the private sector of the golf business came in, and the numbers they're talking about to rebuild the golf course as a golf course is significant. The numbers I'm hearing are up at 20 million, and that's outside of the property acquisition. So that's why there's been some struggles on the deals. I do believe that there is value in it, as you mentioned. Clearly, as a tourism commissioner, I'd like to see it come back. Secondly, as a golfer, I would love to see it coming back. But, you know, we are hopeful that it happens, because I think it is still, at least right now, still set up to be a golf course. So it's not like
So therein lies my concern. So if we have individuals that are interested, and because of the work that has to be done to bring back the property, because you got to do the whole thing, needs new seedling, it's going to take some money. We should be having discussions about how do we support that entity that says, yes, we're going to pull the trigger on this. Would it be through a catalyst fund or whatever it is? Over time, they could pay back, because we all know golf courses don't make money. It's the ancillary restaurant and those different things that sit on the golf course. I think that golf course produces water, right? So there must be a deeper dive conversation about how this how important is this to us? That's one, to our industry, and two, if it is that important, how do we work to figure out how do we support that the entity that says yes to the Virgin Islands around this whole golf course issue? Nothing prevents us from setting up a catalyst fund and saying you have whatever overtime to pay it back. But we have to do something. It's no different from how we have how we're dealing with the hotel. It's called, I don't know what we call it, but let me just use the word VAT so you can understand what I'm talking about.
The increased piece.
The increased piece to the hotels now. If there's construction, they pay an additional tax. So we keep the funds in escrow. We got to come up with something creative to get this thing done. I mean, I think everybody's going along their merry business. This is our generation going to create this problem, you know. Our generation. So, Commissioner, I'm going to ask you to please, I mean, we have talked about this before. We got to get on top of this thing. We gonna find ourselves behind the 8 ball on this one. We're already behind the 8 ball, but please get on top of it. I've tried my best to work with the governor and having the different conversations around it, but this is a matter that we should not take lightly. Sports tourism. We have spent an insignificant amount of money, a significant rather, amount of money on the Polly Joseph Stadium. And one of the things that I recall when I became a senator in 2019, we had a meeting with the governor because my concern was if we spending this kind of money and we appropriating the money, I'm all for it. But at the end of the day, we have to see the ROI, right? So there was a commitment that I think there was a sports commission developed or something like that. Senator, a Millennium Senator is no longer here with us. But what's really happening around sports tourism? We should be now having, as we are looking to complete the Polly Joseph Stadium, and we pray to complete it. I don't know. We have to definitely do a visit to find out what's the status of this. But we should be having discussions with these sport teams so they can come to St. Croix to do their, I'm not sports enthusiast, but their spring practices or whatever you call it, the training.
Yeah, I think
How serious are we about this? We have to get serious about these things because we've spent a lot of taxpayers' dollars.
Yeah,
And we have to see our return on investment, and there's work that has to be done behind the scenes to get this stuff done.
Yeah, I could tell you from an overarching sports tourism standpoint, we're doing really well. So we have Division I basketball tournaments, Division II basketball tournaments, HBCU tournaments. The number one thing for sports tourism, first question you have to answer, do you have the facilities? You can answer the facilities, conversation over. Then the second question is, do you have the rooms? Because when the teams come in, the fans, you have to be able to answer that. And then the third one is, do you have the airlift to bring the people in? So I know in this district, St. Thomas St. John, we've been doing really, really well in terms of the first three. We have the facilities for basketball, at least, the hotel rooms, especially now that the Western has opened up, we're more competitive. And then lastly, we have the flight. Now, on St. Croix, what we've been trying to do has been pushing around. We had serious conversations with the PGA and having a Corn Ferry tournament, which was golf. Conversations went before COVID. Those conversations have come back up.
In St. Croix?
Because they have the Carambola Golf Course, which is big enough to do these. Then the conversations around the Polly Joseph Stadium. We have had conversations with people, right? But of course, you can't only go so far because we don't have a finished product, right? So you got to have the product finished so they could come in and say, okay, we could do this here. These are the kind of teams we could have. And the other thing that we have to have, particularly in that sport, baseball or softball, is you have to have practice facilities because many times they don't necessarily have everybody practice on the field. You have the games. So that's something else where we have to incorporate. But there is interest because there's interest in the destination. The next phase has to be what do we do with the product? And I'm not versed on Polly Joseph fully because when the project is done, I'm sure we'll know more. I'm happy to see that there's progress. But with regards to that being a immediate point, it's not there. But I can tell you that there have been conversations with the governor directly with me, Ms. Commissioner White, about having information and studies done around what could happen around there. But in all honesty, you got to get a project finished. It's not done.
I have to disagree with you, and I'm going to tell you why. I disagree with you because you know that when a country is selected for the Olympics, what that country does is they get themselves together, they don't have the facilities, and they get them together. If we were to begin to have the true conversation, we've been discussing this certainly long before I became a senator, but since I became a senator, I brought up this particular issue in 2019. And I'm saying, if you have something that you're working towards, then people will ramp up their work. But if you do not ramp, if we feel that we gotta finish this for people to come, we need to go out and do the marketing and make the commitments and tell these people finish the Parley Joseph Stadium. That's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen. I mean, it doesn't really have anything to do with you directly, but indirectly, you have a major role to play.
But we definitely we don't have a problem, pushing
But what I'm saying is, you know what concerns me? And again, we're talking about tourism, and so that's why I'm having a discussion with you. But we are not connecting the dots. So we are not having those buckets of conversations and being deliberate about moving forward with a lot of the things. We have the ability to be great, but we are not doing the things that allow us to be great. We have to have what we're doing, and just overall in the territory. So we are outing fires, but we are not working towards. So we got out fires because that gonna come. But then we also have to figure out how do we stay focused on these goals. And if we spend, how much money we spend on the Parley Joseph? About 30 million. This is a good opportunity. We should be having a conversation. There are many layers to this. Can we get a hotel? There was a discussion with Virgin Islands Port Authority about a hotel near the airport. These things can't be fleeting conversations anymore. They have to be that we are working towards them to make these things happen. We don't need to wait for it to finish. Just like how we partnering with the Jets, let us get an agreement with them and make sure that Parley Joseph Stadium finish. That's how I see it. Old Sugar Bee. What's going on with that?
Well, it was purchased. Construction work is happening on the property. We don't have a date right now when it will open. I met with a prospective brand that was going to run the property. So conversations are still happening. The owner of the property is doing work. What I can tell you is that it has slowed down from the pace they were on before. So I'm due to have a conversation with the owner probably within the next couple of weeks to get an update. But there's still work happening on it, and we're still hopeful that it will come.
Is it a brand? Is it an individual?
Well, it's not.
What is it?
Well, it's an owner now, and they work conversations with brands to decide which brand was going to be under the property. And the brand that I met with, I can't disclose, but they're still having conversations with the owner. So there's still life in that deal.
Yeah. Okay, colleagues, I'm not inclined to do another round, but if you guys have a burning question, I will entertain it. Do we have any burning questions? Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I noticed you have a lot of investment into this product. What kind of return are we seeing on these investments?
Yeah, these investments, Senator, are yielding very strong returns for us in the short term. So I can speak to the Red Sox deal. We've only been in the Red Sox deal a little over a year. We have added additional flights from the Logan Airport directly into St. Thomas on JetBlue. More cars to come. I think that helped us to reintroduce JetBlue to St. Croix because of the relationship with the Red Sox and JetBlue itself. So we've had meetings directly with JetBlue CEO through our sports partnership relationships. The New York Jets relationship has led to an increase and define and holding our seats from JFK and Newark into the territory. And the Chicago Cubs partnership has directly allowed for a secondary flight to come on out of here into the territory. So we've seen this, and to keep in mind, these sports partnership deals are they're not operating on its own. So we send money to support the overarching in those cities. And all three of the cities are big cities, right? So Chicago is a big city. The New York area, which still is the number one area for traffic into the territory, and that's New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, historically. And then lastly, Boston. And I'll just give you a quick anecdotal conversation. When we met with Delta a couple months ago and JetBlue, the conversation that came back to us is, whatever you guys are doing in Boston, you need to keep doing it because the demand out of the Boston area to the territory is high. And a lot of it has to do with what we have and what we've been doing on a macro level, but the partnerships help because it keeps our name top of the mind. And then when they go and they look and they see what it is you can do, that has helped us.
Commissioner, I want to tell you, this my honest truth, If you had a relationship with the New York Yankees, we would have been in a good position. I just tell you, I'm a New York Yankee fan. So you hurt me when you tell me about Boston. But if you had a relationship with the New York Yankees, this place have been rammed. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Commissioner Bachelta, let me ask you, in respect to your film office, is there anything going on with that office?
Yes, we actually have a rep that works in our sales team out of LA. We actually had the first deal that I can remember on the STARS Act that was just recently completed this year. So a movie came in, they filmed within the early part of the year. We're having conversations with the right people in terms of doing business in the territory to capitalize on the incentive package. I think what we have done in working closely with the EDA is that we had to tweak some of the requirements a little bit, because where the business itself is going, particularly in content development, is more in line with shorter films, shorter pieces for streaming, and the law itself is set up more for longer, multiple project investment. So one of the things we have to do is work towards allowing for some kind of waivers, which was allowed for this film to get it done in a short window. We just received the bill, and it's not a crazy amount of bill that we pay back the film director to do the incentives for the work that was done. But what I tell people in the film business, particularly for us, is you had to get a deal done. So now we got a deal done, and we're seeing more interest come. So we continue to push on it to keep it moving. It is an important area for us, but it's very niche. And part of it is we still have to hone up our incentive side. So when you compete against Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, we still have that ways to go. And then secondly, we have to make sure we have the capacity in terms of below the line personnel to assist.
And let me ask you, in respect to local athletes who play professional sports, what type of relationships do you have with those individuals, and what type of marketing can we see moving forward?
Yeah,
for instance, folks like Aliyah Boston, etc. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, we actually have 4 ambassador agreements right now. We have one with Aliyah Boston, who is with the Indiana Fever. We have one with Nick Claxton, who plays with the New Jersey Nets. We have one with Mervyn, I forget his last name, but he plays at Rider University in New Jersey. And then we have one with Alexis Swain, who is a golfer who plays on the European LPGA. And what we encourage people to do is if they have athletes of USVI descent, reach out to us, because we do like to see our athletes get recognized. But the other caveat I will give you is today's world, particularly with college athletes, is different than it was 5 years ago, right? Because now they have NIL. So when people were asking us how come we didn't do a deal with Aliyah Boston, and what we're doing is Aliyah Boston, actually, her name is a brand, and she had a business. So we were in conversations with her agents all along, and then we had to wait with some stuff with NCAAs, but we do have a deal with her, and she has been promoting the USVI. Matter of fact, I have to talk to her to see if I could get some of the St. Thomas sneakers. Even I heard it's only for women, but the little insert with St. Thomas looks really cool.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Do you have another follow-up question? Because we've changed seats. Okay, good. You're good? Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to wrap up. Do we have another burning question very quickly? Okay. Quickly, the Public Finance Authority was here, I think last week, and they shared with us that you all have not paid your rent. What's the status?
Yeah, I know the status was the invoices were approved for payment, so we will follow up on it.
Okay.
I got to reach out to Mr. Simmons myself. Tell him
And
that
then
we're gonna
another question. I've been to C-Trade. I don't recall seeing that we're promoting our rum companies at C-Trade. Are we doing that?
We do not promote the rum companies at C-Trade.
Why not?
That's a good question. It never really has come up.
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, we've been having this conversation for the last 3 years. One time C-Trade allows, based on the facility, for you to promote your spirits. And then the past 2 years, we were told no. This year when we went, we were told no, but then we saw other booths were promoting their spirits. So we've already had the conversation moving forward that we are now allowed to promote our spirits. Because one year they even made us take the rum bottles out of the display that we use in the booth. That's how serious they were about not promoting spirits in the space.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that they've now agreed because the rum companies in the territory are very, very significant to our economy, to the funding that we receive from our excise, rum cover over excise taxes. We need to see the rum sales increasing. It's huge for us. It's a big deal. You know that we committed our government employees retirement system to our rum dollars. So all of the revenues that all of the obligations that we had against our against our rum internal revenue matching fund is now in the general fund. I'll give you one example. The free tuition that everybody's talking about, that was tied to our internal revenue matching fund. So we now have to figure out how to fund it from the general fund. It's huge. So I'm happy to hear that we are able to get that done. And then one more thing, maybe two more. Are you in any conversations with the Commissioner of Property and Procurement or the Olympic Committee regarding the build-out of the Nazareth sports facilities that we've done the site plan? There's a dome that's supposed to be built. FEMA is funding that. The legislature made the commitment. The legislature made the commitment and gave $2 million towards the matching requirement with the FEMA funding for that dome to be a basketball arena, and it will be used also as a shelter in the event of a disaster. Are you in any discussions with that, around that?
No, not right now. I'm familiar with it because I used to serve on the executive board, but we're not in any direct conversations today.
Okay, and then are you aware that in, I want to say about 2010, 11, 12, give or take, that we built a world-class track at Ivana Udorakan High School?
I'm familiar with that, yes.
Yeah, so I actually worked at the Department of Education at that time. We spent over $5.2 million on that track, and we ain't using it. We could have competitions there. We have so many opportunities that we are just not. I don't know. We got to put these things in buckets and figure out how to get them done. It's doable. It just requires bandwidth. Well, not bandwidth, grit. Requires some grit. Requires grit. That's our challenge. We just have to have grit and will. Sometimes you just have to motor what's in front of you and get it done. But you have to have the will to do it. But you also have to have the support. And I think that's some of what has many of us a little timid. And I say the support because we can't get our vendors paid. I'll go back to that. So colleagues, I think we've exhausted all of our questions for today with the Department of Tourism. Are you guys using Rock City to do any of your branding? Our branding, rather.
We haven't had that conversation with them recently. We do hire them.
We call them, does the name say Rock City?
RC.
I old school. RC. Yeah, buddy. I old school. I aged myself. RC.
No, but we have a very good relationship with them. We supported Teron Thomas when he won the Grammy in LA. We still have conversations with them. It was interesting. I'm glad you brought it up as a quick aside. You know, we were getting beat up, right? Beat up for Carnival. How come we didn't hire them in the village, right? And what we tried to tell people is a business. So they were already booked for Utopia, so we couldn't hire them. So a lot of times when these things happen, it's not necessarily because we don't want to book them. It's they may be booked already. But we have a great relationship with the brothers and their team. We look forward to doing more things with them. And, you know, Tehran won Grammy for songwriter. Maybe you could give us a jingle.
Yeah, well, perhaps they can help us promote our rum.
That too.
Listen, this rum thing is very serious. We have to figure out how to do some out-the-box thinking.
Agreed.
So, I don't know what the relationship is with yourself and PFA, but at the end of the day, the end result should always be how do we promote the Virgin Islands so we can get the most out of what we're spending. That's what we need to be focused on. All right, colleagues, we're going to wrap up. There's one request? What's the one request? Okay, Senator, a colleague from Frederickston, Senator Gittins, asks, he wants a detailed account of the spending from the Tourism Revolving Fund, specifically Toronto Caribbean Carnival, One Music Fest, Uber Soca Cruise, New York Jets, Cubs, and the Boston Red Sox.
Yes, we will send it into your office, Senator, if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll send the letter. All right. Thank you for your responses today. You have some information. We just want to make sure you work with post-audit. We want to make sure that we do our due diligence when it comes to our tourism department, and you are a very huge part of why we're able to pass budgets for our citizens, appropriations for our citizens for services. So we want to make sure that we do the right thing, not to mention the hotel tax is showing significant improvement. So the committee, we gotta give you a close, right? An early close at you. 30 seconds, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. We want to thank the body, the 35th Legislature, for their continued support of the Department of Tourism and Division of Festivals. I think it's important for us to have the support of the legislature, not just in this room, but when you come out and support our events, it makes a difference. I just want to close by thanking our tourism team for all the hard work they continue to do. Many times I'm the face out in front, but it's the team that helps us achieve the goals that we're achieving. And then lastly, I want to thank our people. When people come to the territory, they continue to speak highly of our people. So the people of the USVI are a major part of our product. We thank them for the continued support of the Department of Tourism and the Division of Festivals. And see you up in St. John this weekend. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. You guys have a good balance of the week. I know you have a lot ahead of you with the St. John festivals, and we always have a great time on St. John. And we look forward to seeing y'all. And kindly treat us like we's VIPs, okay? Kindly. Yes. Yeah, please do better because, but the one thing I will say though is I have a soursop tree that I got as a little token when we went to St. Croix a few years ago, and a bearing, so thank you for that. Yes, so the Committee on Budget Appropriations for June 25, 2024 is hereby adjourned.